Not that I'm aware of, at least not with us during my shift in the 2 days.
Did he even ever make any sort of requests of you at all?
No, whenever we asked him if he wanted something, he would just reply. He never requested anything, to my knowledge, that I recall.
What types of activities did you engage in with Mr. Holmes while he was there with you?
So we would basically watch movies, and then he would also walk out in the courtyard twice a shift.
Did you walk with him in the courtyard?
Yes, I did.
And what was he like on those walks? How did he interact? Any different?
No, nothing really changed. He was just all about getting his walks in, so.
Was he still quiet?
Yes.
Did not initiate any conversation?
No, he never initiated any conversations.
You said that when you would engage with him, he would sort of stare off at a specific point. What about if, I understand there were several other people that would work with you on that unit as well?
Yes.
Is that right? If you were all sitting down together, say, trying to have a conversation, where would he be looking? Would he be making eye contact with the people, or?
Every once in a while, I mean, he would make eye contact, but then it was right back to he would focus somewhere else. He would not directly keep eye contact with you.
Okay. Did he ever refuse to do anything that you asked him to do?
No.
Would you describe his demeanor as stressed out in any way?
Not that I could tell, but I'm not an expert on that.
What about, was his behavior at all arrogant or manipulative with you?
No, not that I saw.
Okay. Overall, was he respectful?
Yes, he was very respectful.
And was he cooperative?
He was very cooperative.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions. The prosecution might.
Do you have any cross-examination, Ms. Teach McGuire?
Just one question, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Morgan.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury about what the defendant was like on July 20th of 2012?
Could you give me the actual day of the week that was?
Sure, in 2012. July 20th of 2012. It was a Thursday night.
Yeah, I can't give you that then.
You didn't know the defendant at that
No.
point in time. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any redirect, Ms. Higgs?
No, Your Honor, there is not.
All right, and there do not appear to be any questions from the jury. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, he may.
Any objection? Ms. Teach McGuire?
Sorry, no, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we will call Allison Owens.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of law, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Allison Lynn Owens, ALISON, LYNN, OWENS.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Owens. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a registered nurse at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo.
How long have you been working there?
Almost 6 years.
Did you have occasion during the times that, during the 6 years that you worked there, to meet Mr. James Holmes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you tell me the approximate dates that you met him?
I don't recall the dates.
Okay. Did he come to your facility on 2 separate occasions?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And were those for, do you know why he was there?
We weren't given a specific reason. We were just told he was coming.
Okay. Does it sound about right if I say that the first time he came to your facility was around August of 2013,
That sounds about right.
and then it was about a year later that he returned around July of 2014?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Can you move the microphone so that it faces your mouth, please? Thank you.
What shift, did you work the same shift during both of those visits?
Yes, I did.
And what shift was that?
We called it Shift B.
Okay.
It was the evening shift.
So what hours would that entail?
It was 6 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. And then the third day that we worked, it was 6 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Do you recall then how many, what times you would spend with Mr. Holmes? And let's start with the first visit in August of 2013.
What do you mean?
Sort of describe what your interaction would be with Mr. Holmes during your shift.
When we came on, we would sit in what we call the quiet living area with him for a few hours, and then he would go to bed.
Okay. As the nurse on shift, was part of your responsibility to administer medications to Mr. Holmes?
On some occasions,
Okay. When you did administer medications, do you recall what any of those medications were?
I recall Risperdal and Cogentin.
Would he take those without a problem?
Yes, he would.
How would you describe Mr. Holmes' sort of behavior during that initial visit in August of 2013?
He was polite, respectful. He asked us questions only to get needs met concerning the bathroom, to take a shower.
Okay. Beyond those sort of basic needs, would he any other requests?
No,
Did be a talkative guy when he was there?
not when I was working, no.
Okay. When you interacted with him, did he make eye contact with you?
I don't recall him ever making eye contact with me.
When you asked him questions, would he be able to respond appropriately?
Yes,
Okay. Were his answers lengthy, detailed answers, or
no, it was just yes or no,
so short?
short and to the point.
Okay. Was he ever inappropriate or disrespectful with you?
Never.
And on that first visit, did he follow all of your instructions?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the next visit in July of 2014, okay? Now, did he remember you when he came back for that visit?
It didn't appear so.
Okay. Was his demeanor any different on that visit, or was it the same?
It was about the same.
So still polite,
Still polite.
still respectful?
Yes.
Did he take his medications?
Yes, he did.
Did he have any complaints about that?
Nope.
Was he pleasant with you?
Yes.
Was he talkative?
No.
About the same as on the prior visit?
Yes.
So short, kind of one-word answers?
Yes.
Did his eye contact with you change at all?
Not at all.
When you would ask him questions or ask him to do something, where would he then look if he wasn't making eye contact with you?
More to the side. Look, he'd be looking in my direction, but his gaze would be to the side.
Okay. Did you also monitor him while he was sleeping?
Yes, I did.
And on that second visit, did you notice anything unusual with his sleep?
One evening, I noticed when he was falling asleep that he was moving his mouth like he was talking, and that's something I hadn't seen on any other times watched him sleep.
Okay. When he was moving his mouth, was there sound coming out?
No.
Okay. Now, did you notice any behavior that you might categorize as a little bit odd from Mr. Holmes?
While watching a movie, he was sitting on the couch and started to looked down at the floor, his eyes became very large, and he was staring at the floor, and then kind of crossed his arms up real abruptly, and then kind of shook his head, and then laid down on the couch, and that was out of his characteristic.
What did you do in response to that? Did you ask him if he was okay or anything?
I asked him if he was okay or needed anything.
Okay. Did he seem like he was okay to you?
No, he did not.
In that sort of moment where he stared kind of oddly and quickly at the ground, did his demeanor change?
He looked like he got upset, a little angry.
Okay. And then quickly changed right back?
Not really. He still kind of looked mad when he was laying on the couch with his arms crossed.
And then what happened after that?
I think he asked to get ready for bed.
Okay. And do you remember which visit this was on?
I think that was the second visit.
Okay. And could you tell if there was anything on the floor to look at, like a bug walking across the floor or anything
There
like
was
that?
nothing on the floor.
Okay. So was it odd to you that he would stare at something when there's nothing there?
In my experience at the hospital, I wouldn't call it odd,
Okay.
but it's different.
Okay.
It's something that we kind of look for.
In your experience in the regular world outside of the hospital, would you call it a little odd?
Yes.
Okay. Overall, on both visits, was Mr. Holmes able to follow instructions?
Yes, he was.
And was that the only occasion that you saw his demeanor at all become a little upset?
Yes.
Okay. Other than that, was he always polite,
Yes.
always cooperative,
Yes.
and always respectful?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you. I appreciate it, Ms.
I
Owens.
thank you.
Is there any cross-examination?
Can I have one moment, please?
Yes.
You don't know what he was angry about in that circumstance you were just talking about, correct?
I have no idea.
It could have been a wide range of things, including why he was there or any other aspect of the situation, correct?
It could be anything.
Judge, I have no further question. Thank you.
All right.
I do not. Thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May she be released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Any objection, Mr. Edson?
Objection.
All right, ma'am, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Ben Mendoza.
Good morning, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last name?
My name is Ben, B-E-N, Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Mendoza, M-E-N-D-O-Z-A.
Thank you. Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Really well, how are you?
Good, thank you. Can you please tell the jury where you worked in 2013 and 2014?
My actual assignment was on the Advanced Cognitive Behavioral Unit, and it's attached to the cottage, which is the least restrictive place at the state hospital.
And by state hospital, you mean Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo?
That is correct.
And we've been referring to it as CMHIP. Is that what is commonly? Did you have an opportunity while you worked at CMHIP to meet James Holmes?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what your role was at the hospital and under what circumstances you met Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, I'm a registered nurse there, and I actually was involved in both of the visits there at the CMHIP. The very first night, I worked a 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. And so when I came in, introduced myself to Mr. Holmes, he was actually watching movies. And so my job was just to basically sit there and observe.
What was your impression of Mr. Holmes when you first met him?
Just real quiet, kind of had a very flat affect, gave like one-word answers when asked any questions, but appropriate.
Now, you stated that Mr. Holmes was at the hospital on 2 different visits.
Correct.
Do you know the purpose of why he was at the hospital?
Yeah, I mean, initially I knew because it was in the media that, so I knew exactly why he was there. And I also knew that he was going back for a reevaluation.
Okay, so it was to meet with Dr. Metzner the first time and Dr. Reed the second time.
Yes, correct.
Did you notice any change in Mr. Holmes the first time and the second time that he was there?
No, not really. It was much the same.
And I think you said flat affect. Can you tell the jury a little bit more about what you mean by that?
Yes, generally you see some kind of an expression on somebody's face, whether it be just a calmness or maybe kind of a gentle smile or something. Mr. Holmes, just his facial expression was almost like kind of meaningless. In other words, just like a stare, just kind of a blank look.
Did Mr. Holmes talk a lot?
No, very little.
Did you ever see him talk a lot
Never.
to yourself or anyone else?
No, if we asked any questions, again, it was just basically we received 1 or 2 word answers was all.
We've heard that he would be able to walk in the courtyard. Were you ever able to observe him when he would walk out in the courtyard at the hospital?
The only time I saw that was on the second visit when I came in. I got there a little early, it's approximately 6:30, and he was being escorted out in the interior courtyard. I wasn't with him, but there were several staff that were.
Did he seem any different when he was outside than when he was inside?
No, not that I've observed.
Did you also observe Mr. Holmes sleep?
Yes, I did.
How did he appear to sleep okay, or what were your observations?
I made one observation in one of my reports that I noticed a REM sleep, rapid eye movement. I also noticed moments of sleep apnea where he would actually stop breathing for a few, maybe 10 to 20 seconds. And I also observed he moved his legs around quite a bit, which may or may not be an indication of restless leg syndrome.
Was Mr. Holmes on medications while he was at the hospital?
You know, I never was a med nurse, and I don't recall if he did take any meds. It was before my shift started, so I couldn't answer that
So
question.
that would have been with a different nurse.
That's correct.
How was Mr. Holmes as far as how he interacted with the staff? Was he polite or rude, or how would you describe him?
No, he was always polite.
Was he cooperative?
Yes, cooperative every time. If we asked him to do something, he would do it.
Did he ever not follow an instruction that you or anyone else gave him?
No, he always consistently followed instruction.
Any problems you encountered with Mr. Holmes?
None whatsoever.
Did he ever appear stressed or upset to you?
No, I never actually observed him looking stressed or, again, my window of opportunity while he was awake was very narrow. So I didn't really get to observe very much before he did his hygiene ritual and went to sleep.
Okay. And like you said, there was really never any emotion he expressed.
I think on one occasion, it was just kind of a little smile, and I didn't know what he was smiling at or what he was reacting to. It could have been a pleasant thought at that moment in time. Could have been he watched G-rated movies. It could have been something like that. But I just did observe kind of a little smile at one point in time. It was real subtle. But that was it.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. I'm not sure the prosecution might have some questions for you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Pearson, do you have any cross-examination?
Just a couple. Mr. Mendoza, the REM sleep that you spoke of, that's the deep stage of sleep where people dream, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't know the defendant in 2012, on July 20th of 2012, correct?
That's correct.
So you have no idea about any of his behaviors before, during, or shortly after the shooting, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Is there any redirect?
No, sir.
All right, it appears that the jury may have a question, so give us a moment, please, sir. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Mr. Mendoza, the jury has submitted a question that based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law I have determined is appropriate. The question is, as a nurse, what are your typical duties with patients such as Mr. Holmes during the day or evening?
Specifically with Mr. Holmes, on the first visit, it was primarily just to partially provide any kind of medical assistance if there was a need. There was a need to do vital signs or anything like that. If I were the med nurse, it would have been typical for me to prepare the meds and provide them to him. We actually escorted him to and from the bathroom. We did not let him go into the restroom and close the door. We had to maintain constant observation. On the second visit, I assisted with the initial intake of Mr. Holmes, and I recall doing like vital signs, and I believe I filled out a form that's specific to Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo. It's a Form 138. It just basically talks about current suicide ideation, kind of his thoughts at that moment in time, if he was feeling homicidal, suicidal, etc.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Brady?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
May Mr. Mendoza be released from his subpoena? Yes, sir. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Defense calls John Gonglak.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, my name is John Gonglak. It's John. Last name is Gonglach.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Higgs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Gonglak. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Can you let this jury know what you do for a living, please?
Sure. I'm an investigator. I work with your office.
Okay. I'm just going to be kind of short and to the point with you today. On February 28th of 2014, did you ask Mr. Holmes for any writings he had made at the jail?
Yes, I did.
And did he give you those writings?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I can approach with what's been marked as D-TR-94.
Yes.
And I have a copy for the prosecution. Mr. Gonglak, is that a, if you can go ahead and flip through it, is that a correct and accurate photocopy of the writings that you collected on February 28th of 2014?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we would move to introduce those writings.
Objection, hearsay.
What's the response? Do you want to approach?
Certainly.
All right, I'm deferring ruling on that exhibit.
Mr. Gonglak, do you recall a time in November of 2012 that Mr. Holmes was at Denver Health Medical Center?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you visit him during that period of time?
I did.
Was this in the jail portion of Denver Health Medical Center?
Yes, within the medical unit at the hospital, they have a more secured or what they would call, I guess, for inmates or people that were in custody, treatment center for them there.
When you visited him there, was that on, I believe it was middle of the day on November 19th of 2012?
Yes, it was like 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. So you had an opportunity to see the room that he was in,
Yes, I did.
see the bed that he was in?
Yes.
Were you made aware that there was surveillance camera in that room?
Yes.
Okay. At a certain point, did you receive footage from that surveillance camera of Mr. Holmes at Denver Health Medical Center?
Yes, our office received a copy of it's a grainy footage that was taken from the fixed camera in that room.
And received that from the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when did you review that video footage?
A couple times, yes.
Okay. Were you able to see yourself on that footage when you went to visit Mr. Holmes on November 19th around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Yes, so the video that we had was like a continuous loop. It had some it would pause if there was no movement or action in the room and then continue once there was movement. So I watched the video, and on it I did observe on around that same time and date, you could see myself and Mr. Bishop enter the room, and then we sit down and speak with James, and then we filmed a short portion of that.
Okay. Was the date and time on the surveillance video that you received, consistent with the date and time that you knew you went and visited Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a result of sort of talking with him, did you then go back and review the video from the night before? I guess it would be late November 18th into the early morning of November 19th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And this is with D-TR-95. And Your Honor, I've already given a copy of that to the prosecution.
Okay.
Do you recognize that disc, Mr. Gonglak?
Yes, this is a disc that I created, and then I also watched it again and signed my initials on it.
Okay. And what is that? Is that a portion of the surveillance video that we received from Mr. Holmes' stay at Denver Health?
Yes, so the portion that's on here is a short, it's about 30 minutes of a clip of some events that happened the night previous to my visit with him. And that's the part that I had copied and put on this disc.
Okay. And does it reflect Mr. Holmes in the room that you knew him to be staying in during that period of time?
Yes, you can see him on his bed. It's obviously him. It's the same room that I interviewed him in the day later, and it's him that evening in the early morning.
You indicated previously that there are points where the footage would stop when there's no movement and then start again. Is that right?
Yes.
So if this covered, an 8-hour period, the video wouldn't necessarily be 8 hours long?
That's correct. I believe it just records when there's movement. So if there was a time when there was a long gap of no movement, it wouldn't be an hour-long videotape of that.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move to introduce this video, and just for the record, it is without sound. Or
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
if I can have just one moment.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor, but we would ask to publish the video at this point. It's about 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay. Do the people have any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. There does not appear to be any cross-examination, and the jury doesn't seem to have any questions. Let's go ahead and take our morning break before we publish Exhibit D-TR-95. Members of the jury, it's 20 till 11. Let's take our morning break. Please make sure you follow my admonishments during the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes, okay? So 11 o'clock. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. And Mr. Gunglak, during the publication of the video, you don't have to sit at the witness
Thank you.
chair. If you don't want to, you can just sit back there, okay? All right, Ms. Higgs, do you have a copy of Exhibit D-TR-94 that I can review?
I do, if I may approach.
Yes, please. Thank you. Mr. King?
Judge, on scheduling,
Yes.
our next witness, this has gone considerably faster than I anticipated.
Oh,
this
that's good
morning.
news.
And so, our next witness is Dr. Raquel Gurr. I have, for Dr. Gurr, given, excuse me, I've given to Mr. Brockler on Friday a series of demonstrative exhibits, which again, I don't intend to introduce, but would like to show during her testimony to help her to explain her testimony to the jury. I understand that he has some objections. I have a copy for the court, if I may approach, so that you can review them over the break, if you
Okay,
wish.
sure. Thank you. And Mr. Brockler, which specific slides do you object to?
Your Honor, I received these after 3 o'clock on Friday, had a chance to review them over the holiday weekend.
I think, did you mean Thursday or Friday?
No, Friday,
Friday,
Your
okay.
Honor. And I can't find, and I asked Mr. King if there was clarification to provide it to me, I can't find anywhere in discovery where any of these slides exist. Now, maybe Mr. King found them and he just has not yet told me about them, but unlike the demonstratives that were untimely provided for Dr. Hanlon's testimony, which included information that was contained within his report and something they called an addendum, there's nothing like this for Dr. Gurr. I've never seen these images before, these graphs. There are citations to studies, articles, authors. This is all a matter of first impression for us, Your Honor, and I think it's inappropriate. Even if it's not going to be admitted as evidence, it's going to be treated as evidence by this jury and given significant weight when it's put up on the screen for them. We've had really no opportunity to take these exhibits and have our own experts review them prior to their own testimony. There's prejudice here, Your Honor, and it can't be cured by saying take an extra 5 or 10 minutes to do it. If Dr. Gurr intends on testifying about some of these concepts, that's one thing, but to put them up on the screen and show them to the jury judge, these aren't contained in her opinions, and it goes well beyond the information that's been provided to us.
All right, Mr. King?
Well, Judge, it's kind of interesting that counsel objected to the demonstrative exhibits for Dr. Hanlon and now says that because these are different than the ones for Dr. Hanlon, he objects to these. Judge, these all relate to schizophrenia and the issues that relate to this case, and they're all the result of Dr. Gurr's own research and the research of her colleagues that work for her at the University of Pennsylvania. That research is contained in her CV. Counsel has had a chance to interview her on more than one occasions for several hours to ask her any questions he sees fit. These questions relate to her diagnosis and her opinions, Judge. For example, there are a couple slides that have to do with flat affect. And you have heard considerable testimony about Mr. Holmes having flat affect. Those slides relate to some research that she's done about how flat affect affects schizophrenia. There's also some research about what education can affect schizophrenia. And other than that, Judge, it's just general knowledge about schizophrenia, how it works, what the course of the disease is. There's a couple slides that show the course of the disease. There's a slide that shows just a picture of a brain cell, so she can explain how brain cells work. And there's a couple of pictures of the brain, so she can describe the different regions of the brain. All of the psychiatrists and some of the psychologists have testified about all this kind of information, describing their diagnoses and their various opinions in general about these larger issues that relate to this case, Judge. So I think that they meet the test for demonstrative evidence. They're relevant to her testimony. They would help to aid the jury, these issues, and she has created these to help in her testimony to explain this to the jury. And I'm not seeking to admit them, and I don't see any prejudicial value to these, showing these to the jury that would outweigh their prejudicial, their relevance, Your Honor, or any of the other reasons given under Rule 403. So again, they're just to aid her in her testimony, and there's no surprises here. So I would ask that I be able to show them to the jury and let her talk about them.
Where it says courtesy, Dr. Christian Kohler, Kohler, on one of these slides, and then it appears that some of the other slides may refer to other sources. Are these sources that she's relying on for part of her testimony and that the slides come from?
They are, Your Honor, and they're also, just for the court, not that it's necessary, but for the court's information, they're all people who work for her in her program doing research for her in this area. So they're all slides that come from her research.
All right. Mr. Brockler, I'll give you the last word since you're the one objecting.
I appreciate it. Your Honor, to suggest that somehow we've received a CV with a career's worth of research and effort in there, and it was somehow upon us to dig through that and cull out the specific diagrams and research that she would rely upon in her opinions, defies the discovery process, as well as this prior court's orders and the spirit of them in trying to give people equal footing to be able to respond to expert information that would be provided to this jury when we ask them to consider it. This isn't some silly thing of, well, it's all part of her testimony. There's no good faith reason why these exhibits and this research, this specific research and all of these things couldn't have been disclosed in a timely manner. It is bewildering to me how they can show up on a day the court is closed after 3 o'clock and then show up Monday morning and say, there's no harm to this. They should have seen this coming. I should point out, Judge, that in the several hours I had to interview Dr. Gurr, and Mr. King will attest to this, almost entirely it was to try to get her to clarify what her written notes were, to transcribe them. We spent hours trying to get her to do that, because when I asked Mr. King to ask her to type them up, he demurred. So the idea that I could have asked her about these things, had I known about them, perhaps I could have. Perhaps I could have given them to Drs. Reed, Drs. Messner, Dr. Resnick, anybody to provide us with some way to now cross-examine her on this information, these studies. I don't have that today. This is a complete and utter surprise for which I am unprepared to cross-examine her on these things. They do not appear in her opinions. That's the reason why we have written reports and disclosures from experts.
When did you interview her?
I can't remember the exact date, Your Honor. It was months ago.
Okay, but it was before Friday, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take the recess. I'll take a look at them, and then we'll go from there. All right, the court will be,
Your Honor?
Yeah.
If I may, with regard to the P-TR-94,
it's
I just,
D-TR-94.
thank you, I'm sorry. I just want to highlight for the court in response to the prosecution's argument that they don't know what these writings are, and the court can also refer to the transcript of Dr. Reed's interview with Mr. Holmes, which is attached to D-264A. On page 470, it refers to them as galactic colonization, which I would note as the title. On page 471, it talks about finite versus, he discusses it on page 472. It's discussed as well as on page 473, the ultraception, which is also noted in the writings, also discussed on page 474. And so that can give the court sort of a context in which Dr. Reed discusses it to know that these are the exact same writings. I'd also clarify my argument that is also under due process, right to a fair trial, right to present a defense, and right to a fair and reliable sentencing hearing under both the United States and Colorado constitutions.
All right, thank you. The court will be in recess. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. I had a little time, not a lot of time, to review the demonstrative exhibit. These are the slides that apparently the defense wishes to use with Dr. Gurr during her direct examination. Mr. King, why weren't these provided earlier to the prosecution?
Well, Judge, frankly, she just came in on the plane, and I just had the chance to review them and decide which we wanted to use and what her testimony was going to be, and the specific relevance of the slide. So, as I've said before, we've been in trial here for many, many, many weeks, and for many weeks, the prosecutors came in here and handed us exhibits that they were going to introduce into evidence the morning of the trial, the morning of the testimony of that witness. And that included with all kinds of different witnesses, including expert witnesses. So, I apologize that I couldn't have gotten them to them sooner. As soon as I was able to get them and review them, I sent them to Mr. Rockler so that he would have 3 days to review them, to send them to his experts. If he wants to discuss them with Dr. Gurr over a break before he cross-examines, I have no objection to him doing that, Judge. But that was it's just the trial process, Your Honor.
Mr. Rockler.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could. The simple fact is, whatever exhibits that ultimately got displayed during witness testimony in the prosecution's case in chief, they were all in discovery. You never heard the defense say, we've never seen these before. They're not in discovery. This is entirely different. And Judge, to just add one other matter to this, it's related, but it's separate. Can I bring it up now, Your Honor, or should I wait?
If it's related to this, perhaps you could, or you should.
So last night at about 6:30, after 6:30, Ms. Nelson emailed us additional discovery and additional notes from this expert who's going to testify here in the next few minutes that had not previously been turned over to us. And it is a series of handwritten notes that appear to be made on pages of the defendant's purported journal or notebook. It's inexplicable why those things weren't turned over either. What I'd ask the court, and it's to highlight sort of this last-second approach to getting us information. For that, though, the remedy I'd seek, judges, I can't read her writing, and I'd ask that during a break they ask her to type out, or they type out, what those notes actually say so that they can be of some value to us. But it's hand in glove with sort of the process I think that we've been seeing here over the last few weeks is a rush to sort of surprise us with some information that was clearly available to the expert and to the defense in advance of when it was turned over to us. It just didn't get here, and now we're being told, well, not that big a deal. It's a huge deal for us, Judge.
All right, is there any objection to providing some sort of transcript of the notes so that they are, the prosecution is able to read them?
Yes, no objection, Judge, and just so it's clear, when Dr. Gurr showed up, she had a copy of the notebook that she had in her file, and as we were going through it, she said, oh, this must have been the notebook I went over with Mr. Holmes, because look, I wrote some notes on like 3 of the different pages, and they're very, very brief. It's just a few words, basically with a description of what the symbol means on there, and then a couple of other things. So I have absolutely no objection to that. It's just a very few words. They're completely legible to me, but if counsel can't read them for some reason, I'm more than happy to provide a translation, if you will.
Okay, without objection, then that request is granted. In terms of the PowerPoint presentation, Mr. King, it sounds like you received the final version or made a final decision on the final version of this on Friday. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you have some version of it before Friday, though?
I had some version of it, Your Honor, but Dr. Gersh sent me different revisions at different times, and I never had the opportunity, due to her schedule and due to the fact that I've been in trial, to actually discuss the slides with her so that I knew what the relevance was and could select which ones were in fact relevant and should be proffered.
Okay. Well, during the break, I looked at the slides. There's a lot of information in these slides. We're not talking about 3 slides or 5 slides. We're talking about quite a few slides, maybe 20, maybe more. I didn't count them, but it appears
32, Your Honor.
32. So quite a few slides and quite a lot of information on these slides. And I looked at the case law to see whether anyone had addressed this particular issue before, and I couldn't find any case law in Colorado, and I couldn't find any case law outside of Colorado, and there's no rule that I'm aware of that sets a deadline to disclose demonstrative exhibits to opposing counsel. I agree with Mr. Brockler that the preferred practice is to provide them to opposing counsel in a reasonable manner, and certainly more than the Friday before the Monday when the expert is expected to testify. I'm not a proponent of hide the ball tactics, and I'm not sure why these weren't provided before Friday. I haven't heard a good reason yet, but I can't find any authority that tells me that there's a requirement that they be provided. And so, given that the objection is not to the content, but rather to the timeliness of the disclosure, I don't have a basis to exclude them. So the request to exclude them is denied.
And Your Honor, I thought that I had made the objection in part based on the content because it was not contained in any part of her opinion. This goes well beyond the opinions that were provided to us. This is an expansion of her opinions.
That wasn't the objection. In fact, at one point during your objection, you testified to these things. So I understood that to mean that you're not objecting to her testifying about the content of the slides. If she can testify to the content, the objection then is to the timeliness of the disclosure of the slides. If there is something in here that goes beyond her opinions, then that's a different objection. I didn't hear that. I didn't understand that to be your objection.
And Judge, forgive me, then I clearly didn't articulate what I was trying to articulate was, one, this is new to us, not just as demonstrative exhibits, but the actual substance of it. And I thought what I intended to say was it would be one thing to testify about this. It would be entirely another thing to show it to them. But this is an expansion of opinions that have been provided to us in 2 separate reports. Actually, there was a 3rd report that was generated as recently as April. And none of these things are contained in there. And so I clearly didn't do a good job of articulating that. But it's not just the timeliness of it. It's the content. I'm ill-prepared to address the content of these slides.
Well, what specifically in these slides is new in terms of content?
Your Honor.
What goes beyond her opinions that were disclosed previously? It can't be everything because some of this just talks about general terms, about schizophrenia and things like that. So it can't possibly be the whole thing.
No, Judge, there are a significant number of slides that rely upon research that weren't referenced, that contain graphs, that contain research related to this, that, and the other in terms of the performance. None of that stuff was disclosed or discussed in any of her opinions or in any of her reports. There's pictures of the brain that have different areas highlighted by different colors and an explanation of this. I mean, the terms prodromal may have appeared in a report, but that is it. There are a number of slides that are clearly based on specific studies, specific research that she wants to get into that aren't referenced in any of her opinions. And Judge, I don't have the 32 pages in front of me right now. The only page that I think that I've seen all the information before on, which I don't think the court would allow to be published, is the first page, which is another title slide page.
You don't have a copy of this slide?
I have it in electronic format, Judge. I don't have it printed out.
Do you want us to make another copy so we can talk about what specifically is untimely in terms of content?
Yes, sir.
All right, why don't we do that? Could you please make a copy? Thank you. Unless you have an extra copy.
I may have an extra copy here, Judge, if I can have a moment.
All right.
Judge, I do have a response to counsel's argument when the time is appropriate.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we do it this way? I want to give Mr. Brockler a chance to tell me the ones that he thinks have content that was untimely disclosed, putting aside for a moment the demonstrative aspect of it. Just in terms of content, things that you think, Mr. Brockler, go beyond the opinions that have been disclosed and the proposed testimony that has been disclosed.
Your Honor, in looking at, first off, slide number 1 isn't relevant to anything. It's just a title slide.
I agree with that, and I was not gonna allow the first page, the title page. You know, this is, it's sort of a PowerPoint presentation, but she's testifying, she's not giving a lecture, so that first page is not an appropriate demonstrative exhibit. It doesn't, I don't see how it could possibly assist her testimony. It's just a title page that says Penn Medicine, Penn, schizophrenia, and then it has her name, and her degrees and her employment below that, and her contact information below that, so.
That was just a title slide, Judge. I wasn't intending to show that.
Okay, great.
Your Honor, on slide number 2, there's been no discussion of anything to do with the lifespan of the illness or the treatment challenge related to the illness. Slide number 3, there's been no discussion of.
Okay, hold on a second.
Judge, can I respond to these?
Yeah,
or-
let's go one by one, if that's what we're gonna do. All right, go ahead.
Judge, all of the experts in this case have testified about how schizophrenia works, that there's a pattern that is common in schizophrenia, that there's a prodromal phase that can begin months or even years before the onset of psychosis, that the first psychotic episode most often develops when individuals are in their late teens or early 20s. These are not opinions, Judge, that this expert has in this case. This is just background information about schizophrenia and the way schizophrenia works.
So that's what lifespan refers to? It's not talking
Yeah.
about the lifespan of a person who might have schizophrenia?
No, it's talking about how the disease works, the fact that the disease affects multiple domains, meaning negative symptoms, positive symptoms, the fact that it's clinically heterogeneous, which means that it involves a number of different symptoms of different things, Judge. And it's just generalized background information, and it's all contained. I mean, she diagnosed him with schizophrenia, and all the experts have testified about what schizophrenia is.
And is that what treatment challenge goes to as well?
Yes, Judge. It's a treatment challenge because it's a difficult disease to diagnose.
Your Honor, treatment challenge can't possibly be relevant to any issue in this case, whether or not it can be treated. That is not an issue in this case. The issue is sanity. If schizophrenia somehow speaks to that from back then, that's one thing. But this seems to go far afield. And I'd point this out too, Judge. When I say these things, I could have asked her about these during our interview months ago had I had this, and we might not have had these objections. I'm learning about all this as the court is.
Well, in terms of treatment challenge, to the extent that that refers to how difficult it is to diagnose, I think it's appropriate. I don't know that talking about how difficult it is to treat it, how's that, I'm not sure that that's what she's gonna be talking about, but I'm not sure how that's relevant anyway.
It's just background information, Judge, on that it's a complex brain disease. It's difficult to diagnose, difficult to treat. I'm not going to ask her extensive questions about how you treat schizophrenia or any treatment that was administered in this area. And I would point out, Judge, in terms of lifespan, on page 3 of Dr. Gurr's updated report, on the third paragraph, she says, considering other diagnoses offered by other mental health experts, she talks about her diagnosis of schizophrenia, and she says, may I highlight briefly why schizophrenia is a diagnosis that best fits the clinical impression from a lifespan perspective, and no other related diagnosis with this category of disorders. So, Judge, these are all information that's background information to her opinions that are in her reports.
All right, Mr. Bruckler, I agree with Mr. King on that one. And again, if there's a question, not again, but I'll tell you that if there's a question that's asked that you think is irrelevant or calls for irrelevant information, then object at that point. And if I agree with you, I'll sustain the objection. If I disagree with you, I'll overrule the objection. What's the next slide that you have an issue with? Not the next slide that exists, but the next one that you think we need to address.
Slide number 3, Your Honor. There's a reference here to remission and relapse of psychosis through both of those, which is not spoken about in any opinions that have been revealed to us, nor does it appear to be relevant to any issue in this case.
Judge, of course it's been spoken about. The course of schizophrenia is exactly what I just referred to in her report. She talks about the course of schizophrenia and how the disease, over the thousands of cases that she's studied, and this is common in the field, Your Honor, that all the other psychiatrists have already testified to this exact same thing. Remission and relapse certainly could be relevant to the issues in this case, Your Honor. We have allegations that Mr. Holmes may not have been mentally ill when he was first incarcerated at all, or that he may not have been psychotic. And there's been testimony from all the experts that this is a disease that waxes and wanes. It goes into remission at times, it relapses at times. That certainly may be relevant to this case. That's not what I intend to ask her about with regard to this slide.
Was that in her opinions that were disclosed?
Yes, Judge, that this is a disease that is fluid, that it waxes and wanes. I remember specifically her discussing that with Mr. Brockler during their interview at length, where she described the psychotic process as being fluid, as changing over time, as waxing and waning.
Did she talk about remission and relapse?
The psychotic process in that aspect, she does, Judge.
She does discuss that where?
I don't know that the exact words remission or relapse appear in her reports as I stand here before you, Your Honor. But those concepts, the concept of how the disease works is discussed in her report. Furthermore, it's just a part of the course of the disease, Your Honor, in general. So it's not that she is rendering some new opinion or anything like that. This is the course of schizophrenia as it generally takes place among the population, and that's been the testimony of the other experts as well.
But I don't recall anybody mentioning remission and relapse. Maybe I missed it. But I don't remember anybody else talking about remission and relapse.
They may not have used those exact terms, Your Honor, but they referred to the concepts in discussing how the disease can wax and wane, how the symptoms may be worse at some times and not as worse at other times. That's what the words remission and relapse mean. They're not offered as terms of art necessarily here. It's just talking about how the disease works.
Is she opining that Mr. Holmes was in relapse when he was, that he was psychotic and that he was psychotic during relapse? Because that's what the graph seems to indicate. It has psychosis under the relapse square.
No, Judge, this graph doesn't relate to Mr. Holmes. This isn't a test that was done on Mr. Holmes. This is just a general graph of the course of the disease and how the red line relates to psychosis, that psychosis may increase and then decrease, wane and then wax and then wane again. And that's the extent of what this says, Your Honor. The psychosis can come and it can go and it's fluid. That's all it says.
Your Honor,
Mr. Brockler.
no matter how many times Mr. King says the gist of this was covered, these words are not in any report. I don't recall experts testifying about any waxing or waning of anything in a discussion of their various conclusions or diagnoses. In fact, nobody, except perhaps Dr. Woodcock, talked at all about this being schizophrenia. Dr. Metzner talked about maybe it could be in schizophreniform, schizoaffective, but there was no discussion of remission or relapse, and if that's not an issue in this case, it is not appropriate to have this jury focus on the rest of the life of this mental illness past what is relevant to this case. And Your Honor, this same objection would go to the next slide, slide number 4.
All right, I agree with Mr. Brockler on these two slides. I think to the extent that she's going to opine that Mr. Holmes was in remission and then had a relapse and that he was psychotic during the relapse, then these two slides, I think, are generally irrelevant and frankly could mislead the jury. So the only reason why this is relevant is if it applies here. to just talk about the course of schizophrenia, just to talk about it. Again, this is not a college where someone's coming in to give a lecture. This is a trial. So I understand that sometimes lawyers will use PowerPoint presentations, but there's a limit to that. And I have to be careful that the jury is not misled, and I have to be careful that whatever is presented is relevant. So these two slides I will exclude because based on what I've heard, she's not going to be testifying that Mr. Holmes was psychotic after having been in remission and then relapsing. And if that's the case, then I don't see how these two are relevant. So, all right, what's the next one that you object to?
Your Honor, slide number 5, I simply don't understand. It is some bizarre Venn diagram with a bunch of different circles, some that touch, some that don't, and largely because I haven't had any opportunity to confront any expert with these, I have no idea what this is about.
That this slide goes to why it's challenging to identify schizophrenia early.
That's right, Your Honor. The component of the prosecution's case apparently is that Mr. Holmes didn't change at all and showed no outward signs of mental illness, according to them. And this bears directly on that issue. And that's something, again, that all of the other experts have testified about as well.
All right, I think that one is fair. What's the next one that you object to, Mr. Brooklyn?
Judge, what I'm not sure about is this last bullet point, implicate frontotemporal brain systems. I don't recall any testimony about that, and I don't recall if that appears at all in any of Dr. Gurr's revealed opinions thus far.
This is a slide on neurocognitive deficits in schizophrenia. That's the title of it. Mr. King?
Yes, Judge, you know, this is something that the other experts have testified about too. And, you know, Dr. Brockler is rather disingenuously.
Agreed.
Dr. Brockler, there we go.
You two are fond of making each other doctors.
Sure.
As long as you keep referring to me as Your Honor, I'm okay with it. All right, I think that's fine. There has been testimony about the frontotemporal brain systems and how schizophrenia can affect those systems. So I'll allow that, and I don't think that's that big of a deal anyway. Okay, what's the next one that you object to, Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, 7, 8, 9, these things make no sense to me. 10, 11, they're all apparently specific studies and accuracy speeds and score speeds that I don't have any idea what they're about.
It starts with the profile one,
Yes, sir.
and then the next one is profile of first episode in previously treated patients, neurocognitive deficits, and effects of education, and then neurocognitive profile.
Yes, sir. And none of these studies, none of these graphs, none of this information has been a part of her revealed opinions.
Mr. King?
And Judge, these are all in her opinions. I'm looking at page 14 of her report. Talks about variability in performance in domains, including verbal memory and executive functions, how these deficits are characteristic of individuals with schizophrenia, on and on. And so, Judge, these are on these, if you look at the slide that says profile neurocognitive domain, these are the areas of neuropsychological have already been testified to by other experts. And when Dr. Hanlon was testifying, Mr. seemed to know a great deal about these domains in these areas. So
Is this the profile for the defendant or just a profile in general?
No, Judge, this is a general study that was done of individuals, and you can see on the upper right-hand corner that there's control group, and then there's the men and the women in the test group, and you can see from the graph the colors how they scored on various neuropsychological tests, and that it's consistent over time. Individuals with schizophrenia suffer from neurocognitive deficits in certain areas. That's what her opinion is. It's contained in her report. It's contained in her second report as well on page 4.
Did she refer to these studies that she's relying on?
Judge, she did not specifically refer to this study, but she referred to, this is just an illustration. Again, I'm not seeking to admit this in front of the jury. This is not offered for the individuals that were in this particular study. This is general background information that's part of her opinions contained in her reports that individuals that suffer from schizophrenia have, neurocognitive deficits in certain areas. So the question then is, where did that come from, Dr. Gurr? What's the basis of that opinion? How do you know that this is the case?
Right,
And
Bob.
she knows it's the case because she studied it, and others in her field have studied it, and that's what this is an attempt to illustrate.
But my order related to experts was that you have to disclose not only the opinions of each expert, but the basis and the reasons for those opinions. So if
And-
this is one of the bases and reasons for her opinion, then it should have been disclosed. Even if the demonstrative slide wasn't disclosed, the study should have been disclosed.
Well, Judge, this is just an example of many. She will testify that the literature is replete with these kinds of studies. It's common knowledge in the area. It's not something that's breaking news to anyone. This is just an illustration of something that's common knowledge in her field, just to give the jury some idea as she talks about, folks that have schizophrenia have deficits in the area of verbal memory. And the jury's already heard about verbal memory. They've heard about what it is. They've heard about how the testing is done. And this is just to illustrate graphically, as she testifies, it affects their verbal memory. We could point to the section on verbal memory and say, look, this is an illustration of how it generally affects verbal memory.
And then effects of education, is that related to the same thing?
Yes, Your Honor, and that's also contained in her reports, both of her reports, where it talks about the impacts of intelligence and education on schizophrenia, and in particular how it changes the manifestation of the neurocognitive deficits that individuals with schizophrenia suffer from.
The next one is neurocognitive profile, and then the next one appears to be one that doesn't have a title. Actually, the
Right.
next two don't have a title, but they appear to be related to the same thing, is that right?
They were related to flat affect, Your Honor, and how flat affect affects individuals with schizophrenia and how it's a reflection of the disease. This has been testified to by a number of the other experts who talked about negative symptoms and how that works. Dr. Woodcock, Dr. Metzner, Dr. Reed all testified about these things. So these are just, again, illustrations of how it generally works to accompany her testimony about these areas that are present uniformly in folks with schizophrenia.
Mr. Brackler?
Judge, these are exactly what the court had thought that they were. These are the bases for her opinions, the data and the studies. There is no reason why, if this was common knowledge, how could this not have been provided to us ahead of time for us to, none of this, by the way, was gone into any detail with any of the other experts. It's as if Mr. King wants to say, well, somebody said schizophrenia is bad, and we have a whole bunch of specific studies that talk about how bad it is, and therefore it was testified to. None of this has been revealed to us through anything other than a potential sentence by Dr. Gurr, an opinion that says it could impact him in some way without going into this kind of detail. I have no ability to cross-examine her on the basis for her opinions based on this data that she's going to testify to because it was never revealed to us. And that goes through slide 13, Your Honor, on all of these things.
They don't have them numbered, so what's the title? Is that on the?
Your Honor, slide 13 has no title. It just starts off, and I'm showing it to the court. It says non-flat at the top and flat with a blue line and a green line.
There are two of those.
Uh-oh. The second one of those, which appears to be an overlay of 12, sort of a redundancy of 12, which was the one right before it.
Is that again a study? These two slides on flat and non-flat, are they charts of a study that was done or studies that were done?
Judge, the study is referred to in each slide on the bottom right-hand corner. So this is a study that Dr. Gurr did herself in 2006. It was contained in a peer-reviewed article which is in her CV and was turned over to Dr. Brockler. So, Judge, for him to say
Hold on, which one was disclosed? The peer-reviewed article that was disclosed is which one?
it's Gurr et al. Schizophrenia Bull is the title. I don't have the CV right here. I could try to find it, but all of her publications are contained in the CV. So all of these studies are referenced in the CV. You know, and if Mr. Brockler wanted more information on them, he could have requested it. There was never any request for any of this information, despite the fact that she discusses these issues in her reports and that he was provided with the studies in the CV. He's known that she's a research scientist for the entire pendency of this case, Your Honor. It's no surprise that she comes in here with knowledge about schizophrenia. She's been studying it her entire life.
I'll allow the slides on flat and non-flat, the two slides, because it sounds like those are based on her own study, and it sounds like that was disclosed in terms of, at least in the CV, indicating that these are her publications. In terms of the 5 preceding slides, based on what I'm told, the opinions were disclosed, but the bases or the basis for those opinions were not. And certainly, it sounds like the defense did not disclose that she was relying on these specific studies for those opinions.
She relies on all of her studies for her opinions, and if you're looking at the neurocognitive profile slide, that is reference to a specific study that she did that's contained in her CV.
Oh, that's her own study as well?
Your studies that are referenced, for example, effects of education, Swanson et al. Biological psychiatry. These are studies that are done in her program, research in the program. So she supervises all of these other studies. We heard about the scientists in neurology at CU. There's other researchers that work for them. She's the primary.
Was that disclosed as well?
I can check and make sure
Okay,
that
can you
is.
check?
I don't want to make any misrepresentation.
All right, but the ones that say profile of first episode in previously treated patients, neurocognitive deficits, those you're saying are based on her own study, and it's a study that was disclosed. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what about the one on the effects of education? You're checking on that?
I'm checking on the Swanson et al. One right now.
All right, if it was disclosed, I'll allow it. If not, I won't.
Your Honor, may I supplement on the CV part of this? And I know the court's order, I just want to put in the record. You know, she provided a 50-plus page curriculum vitae. And to suggest that that somehow puts us on notice of what she was going to rely upon in forming her opinions would have put on us the burden of going back and going through every single publication and study that she'd done, when instead those were offered as part of a CV. They could have easily been highlighted for us. In fact, right now, Judge, we're trying to go back to see if they're in there. And I'd ask the court to require Mr. King, because of the untimely notice of this, to point out where in the CV that study is.
Okay.
So that we can see for sure that we had some remote possibility of having understood that it was going to be testified to here in court beforehand.
That's fair, Mr. King.
Yes, Judge. Well,
Do you know where in the CV it is?
yes, the Swanson et al. Biological psychiatry, the effects of education, is contained in the CV on page 19. It's item number 123.
And what about the one that relates to the profile slides?
Oh, that other one was item 129, not 123.
Okay.
And the profile slides,
It says at the bottom, Saykin, S-A-Y-K-I-N et al., 1994. And I'm assuming that all 5 of these are related to that study.
they are, Your Honor.
I said 5, there may be less than that. It's 1, 2, 3. It's 3, and then you have the effects of education slide, and then you have neurocognitive profile again, which is unrelated. So it's actually 3.
Okay, these are not the flat affect slides, is that correct?
That's correct. It's the ones that talk about profile. Apparently, these are the ones that 3 are based on Saykin et al.
I have one neurocognitive profile that says Gurr et al. And Sakin et al. I apologize, Judge. One of the neurocognitive profile slides says Gurr et al. 2001. That's her study. We're checking on the Sakin 1994 right now.
All right,
But-
if it's not in the CV, I will not allow those 3 slides.
Okay, Sakin is item number 24 from the CV, Your Honor.
Okay, so it is in there.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the Gurr et al. 2001 related to the neurocognitive profile, a different neurocognitive profile slide. This one follows the effects of education. Was that in the CV?
Judge, I'm sure that it is. All of her publications are contained in the CV. Every one that the court has asked for up to this point has been contained in her CV. These are all studies that were done under her direction in her program at the University of Pennsylvania. And Ms. Nelson is looking right now to try to specifically verify that, Your Honor.
Okay, that takes us to the anatomy one. Mr. Brockler, do you have an objection to that one?
Yes, Your Honor. There's been nothing about any opinion that she's revealed that goes into the dendrites, axon terminals, Schwann cells. This appears to be something that was generated by enchantedlearning.com. None of this has been revealed as part of any opinion that she has provided.
Judge, this is just a diagram of a brain cell. I mean, this is what brains are made of. This whole case is about a brain disease. This is not prejudicial in any way to the prosecution. We all have these inside our heads, and this is just to let her to describe how brain cells work. That's what she does. She's a psychiatrist and a neurologist, and that's what formed the basis of her opinions.
Is that mentioned in her report, that she's going to talk about brain cells and how the brain works and how mental illness might affect the brain?
Yes, how mental illness affects the brain is what her report is all about, Judge, about how neurocognitive deficits take place and about how, and we've had testimony from other experts about, you know, how the brain works and what different portions of the brain do. And this is all background information for this jury to you know, decide whether her opinions are credible or not.
All right, the next couple of slides appear to be of the same type. Is that right?
Yes, Judge. They're just generalized, a picture of the brain and the different areas of the brain.
Okay, what about this slide that has a bunch of pictures, or not a bunch, but a few pictures?
Well, Judge, the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different slides relate to MRIs. And as you know, the third report that Dr. Gurr submitted in this case was the result of the MRI that we were finally able to get done earlier this year, and her conclusions based on that and the analysis that was done by she and her colleagues of Mr. Holmes's brain. So Mr. Holmes underwent an MRI. We're going to hear testimony about the MRI and what her conclusions were. This first slide is just a picture of an MRI, so that she could say, this is an MRI, this is what it looks like. You put the person in there and we scan his brain. I mean, I see no problems with that at all. After that, these are various...
Hold on, before we go.
Sure,
Mr.
sure.
Brockler, anything on these 6 slides?
What are we doing now?
Including the anatomy ones, Your Honor?
I'm past the anatomy one. I'm starting at the MRI. The MRI pictures.
I don't know that by the way, Dr. Gurr's been present for all this. I should just put that on the record, seated in here.
Okay.
I don't know that the doctor knows which one of these MRIs is applicable, if this is just this is what an MRI could look like. She did not administer the MRI. She only reviewed what was sent to her that was done at Presbyterian, I think, or Parker Adventist, I think it was. That's slide 17. Slide 18.
And so you're objecting to this slide with the 3 pictures or 4 pictures? I don't know if it's 3 or 4 pictures. but they appear to be pictures of an MRI machine, or several pictures of an MRI machine.
I don't care about 17, Your
All
Honor.
right, and then
18,
what about the next 5?
18 in terms of the segmentation, I'm not aware of anything in her report that revealed these images previously about this or a specific discussion of this on 18 on segmentation.
All right, Mr. King, is this slide showing results of the MRI and the defendant, or
No, Your Honor.
something else?
They're not. These are showing the results of MRIs done on people who are known to have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, to give the jury a point of reference. These are folks that were in studies, again, that she did who are known to have schizophrenia, and it shows the effects of on the brain physically of what schizophrenia does to people who are known to have schizophrenia. And so she, in her report on the MRI, testified that in her opinion, that corroborates her diagnosis of schizophrenia because, in fact, there is a volume loss in Mr. Holmes's brain. The MRI revealed that his brain has essentially shrunk over the time that he's been incarcerated, and that's consistent with the diagnosis of schizophrenia. This allows the jury to see with their eyes how that looks when you do an MRI on someone with schizophrenia, and it's just intended to accompany, again, her testimony about how this works with folks that have schizophrenia.
All right, Mr. Bruckler, I'll allow that one. What's your next objection?
Your Honor, can I say that there is no opinion of hers that has been revealed to us that says his brain has shrunk while he's in jail. That's the first time I've ever heard that. The opinion she's provided is a paragraph that just talks about quantitative analysis, some decrease in volume, but it doesn't say over what period of time, when it started, when it happened. This is all brand new.
Well, decrease in volume
That's
sounds
her
similar
opinion,
to
Judge.
shrunk. All right, what's your next objection, Mr. Bruckler, after that slide?
Your Honor, slide 19 involves a completely different process called an fMRI, which isn't applicable in this case. Slide
Mr.
19 begins MRI protocol overview.
Okay, I see it. Mr. King?
That does not involve an fMRI. The fMRI slide, Judge, is slide 22.
No, there's at the bottom of that slide, though, that Mr. Bruckler's looking at, it says fMRI resting state.
Oh, I see that. On the bottom of it, that's right,
Right.
Judge. And what she's attempting to illustrate here is the difference between what you can do with an MRI, which is what was done, and what was done with an fMRI. And frankly, I don't mind not including that slide,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, take that slide out then, please.
The next slide is done by intended to show the volume loss, and this is not only were they provided with her report that talks about a volume loss, they were also provided with the report of Dr. Davatsikos, who is cited at the bottom of this slide, who is the person, her colleague, that she conferred with and who helped do the volumetric analysis. He wrote a report. That report was provided to the prosecution. It has the specifics so that they can provide it to and I know that they hired an expert to give this information too. So we gave them the data, we gave them all of the volumetric analysis, it's all contained.
So this slide is specific to the defendant?
No, this slide is to again illustrate the volume loss, and you can see the 30% atrophy that is being referred to down in this slide down here. So it's the volume loss and where in the brain that volume loss takes place with someone who has schizophrenia. And the importance of that, Judge, is that we've already had testimony from the neuropsychologists that having schizophrenia can involve neurocognitive deficits in certain areas of the brain, and they testified about what those areas of the brain are. Well, the reality is that those areas of the brain correspond to the areas of the brain that show volume loss in the MRIs. So it's a corroboration of the diagnoses, is what it is, Your Honor.
Mr. Brucker, do you have an objection to this particular slide that's titled Automated volumetric analysis?
I do, Your Honor. It suggests here that there's some 30% atrophy. I don't know that that's even applicable in this case. I presume we're going to get the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Davatsikos at some point, and we can ask him about these things, but it doesn't look like this is apples to apples with what's going on in the defendant's case. And I should remind the court, too, and the record, this MRI wasn't done back in December of 2012 when Dr. Gurr had the first chance to meet with the defendant. It was done 2.5 months ago. And that was or at least this report was generated 2.5 months ago, days before we began opening statements in this case. So these things haven't been hanging out there for a long period of time with our ability to address them or bring them up to experts. This is shift on the fly, last second stuff that has come to characterize the presentation of the case by the defense thus far.
I would object to that characterization, Your Honor. It's
All right, Mr. King, on this one, is there a comparison between what Dr. Davatsikos did and what he found in terms of 30% atrophy in the picture on this particular slide and whatever was found on the defendant's test?
I think that what was found on the defendant's test was less than 30% atrophy, and the indication would be that, and counsel can cross-examine on that to any degree that he wishes to do that, Your Honor. There's certainly an indication that the volume loss is slight in Mr. Holmes, and there's room for argument there. But this is intended to show what the volume loss is in someone who's got schizophrenia and is progressed into the disease. So this is just, again, to illustrate the testimony about what a brain with schizophrenia looks like, and then the jury can compare Mr. Holmes's brain to this and make whatever determinations they wish.
All right, and the paper from Dr. Davatsikos was produced. It looks like there's a reference to some kind of paper or some kind of publication from him in 2007.
Yeah, I believe that would be covered as well, Judge. We can check on that, but we looked back on the Gurr et al. 2001 that you were asking about from the neurocognitive profile. That's item number 165 on her CV. So based on the fact that we've been able to find every one so far, I'm fairly confident that this is in fact, and I know that Dr. Davatsikos works for her because he did the analysis, helped to confer on the analysis in this case.
Okay, all right, I'll allow that one. Mr. Bruckler, what's the next one that
Your
you
Honor,
object to?
if they don't find this paper, this study, in the curriculum vitae that was disclosed,
I will keep it out.
Judge, and we gave them Dr. Davatsikos' entire CV with all of his publications in it, so they have that as well.
Did he speak about this study, or did he refer to anything in his paper? What did he do in this case? Did he do a report in this case?
He did a report in this case at the request of Dr. Gurr, the same way Dr. Rogers did a report for Dr. Reed, to confer on, to make sure that her reading of the MRI was consistent with his reading of the MRI. She gave it to him blind, didn't tell him who it was, and he looked at one-page report about the volume loss, and it's all quantitative. There's nothing small. It's all a quantitative thing, and submitted that back to her, and we turned it over to the prosecution along with his CV.
Okay.
Judge, he hasn't been endorsed, let alone an expert, and any report that he generated would be an 803 objection. So having disclosed a CV to a witness that wasn't endorsed, that's not notice of the foundation and basis for his report. Judge, we don't have the ability to respond to these things.
Judge, it's in her CV as well.
It's in her CV?
It's in her CV as well, item
right.
219.
Okay, I'll allow it then.
She co-authored this study and wrote the article, co-authored it with Dr. Davatsikos.
Okay, I'll allow that slide then. Mr. Bruckler, what's the next slide?
22 is another fMRI study, Your Honor. And that, I'm sorry, Your Honor, it begins with fMRI study.
Oh, I see it. Okay, so we're skipping one then, and then we're coming to the fMRI study. Do you have what's the relevance of this one?
Your Honor, forgive me. I thought that when Mr. King was talking about what had been disclosed in Dr. Gurr's CV, he was referring to 20 and 21.
Oh, perhaps he was.
I was, Your Honor.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, you're right. Although it's a different reference at the bottom, this one is Davatsikos et al., Arch Gen Psychiatry, 2005.
I just saw that too, Your Honor. It does look like a different publication. Maybe they'll find that in the CV as well.
All right. Do you know whether that was disclosed?
Judge, I'm sure that it was.
Okay, the fMRI study, the other slide that had a reference to fMRI, you agreed to take out. So are you agreeing to take this one out too?
Sure, Judge. That's okay. I mean, what this, just to inform the court what this is to show, is this is to illustrate her testimony about that people with schizophrenia and other brain diseases actually can think and actually can do things. And this is, there's been a lot of proffered testimony by the prosecution relative to, Mr. Holmes, writing letters, writing emails, being able to go to the gym, being able to ride his bicycle, being able to do all kinds of normal everyday activities. Ergo, he does not have a mental illness. This is intended to show, Judge, that when you give someone with schizophrenia an MRI while they're being asked to do neuropsychological testing at the same time, that it shows that in fact they do think, they just think in an impaired way.
All right, that one is excluded by agreement. The next one is bottom-up processing of emotion.
Your Honor, this is another fMRI study, and there was nothing discussed in any of the reports about this.
Mr. King.
I don't know that this is an fMRI study, but I could be wrong about that. I am wrong. Dr. Gurr informs me that it is an fMRI study. What this relates to, Your Honor, is freezing. We've heard testimony at length in the videotaped interview with Dr. Reed about Mr. Holmes freezing when he was in these social situations. And that's contained in all of Dr. Gurr's reports as well, this report of freezing. This is relates to freezing and how that takes place in someone with schizophrenia, the effect of fear upon their cognition, Your Honor.
Was that disclosed in her opinions or in her report in terms of freezing?
Yes, the issue of freezing was disclosed in both of her reports, Your Honor, and she talks about how its effects is involved with schizophrenia. This fMRI.
But I mean, was it disclosed in the context of how it may show on an MRI?
No, Your Honor, it was not. I don't recall anywhere in either of her reports where it says this freezing, this social anxiety and fear would show up thusly in an MRI. It's just intended to be a graphical illustration of that point that is contained in her reports.
All right, that one will be excluded. First of all, it's an fMRI slide, and I think consistent with the agreement to exclude the other fMRI slides, it should be excluded on that ground. But secondly, and perhaps more importantly, there was no disclosure that she intended to testify about fear or freezing being visible on an MRI. And there's a difference between someone opining about fear or freezing in a social situation based on mental illness and someone opining, on the other hand, about freezing or freezing in a social situation or fear showing in an MRI. So I'll exclude that slide.
I don't object to 24 or 25.
Okay.
26, while there's been some discussion with some of the experts about genetics and inheritability, this particular slide with this data or whatever study it comes from has never been disclosed.
This is the slide that has offspring of dual mating and then MZ parents. It's in I'm going in vertical order, that slide.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. King, what's this slide about? It looks like it's a lifetime risk of developing schizophrenia.
Right, Judge. This slide and the next slide relate to the inheritability of the genetic nature of schizophrenia as a brain disease and other associated schizoaffective disorder and schizotypal personality disorder I include when I describe schizophrenia because they're all interrelated diseases. This has been testified to by all of the other experts, and it's throughout her report that in fact, it is an inherited disease, and that is common knowledge in the community. And this is just a demonstration from a couple of different sources of how that's the case. That in fact, it's been studied consistently over time in many studies, and it's uncontroverted in the field that it's inherited, and the prosecution's experts will say the same thing, Judge. And so this is just a visual way of explaining that to the jury. The second slide, the Sullivan, Daly, O'Donovan slide, is to show the inheritability relative to other illnesses, alcoholism, major depressive disorder, ADHD. So that shows, relative to those other types of problems, how inheritable is this disease. And if your question is going to be, were these specific diagrams provided to the prosecution before? No, they were not, Judge. They're just intended to be demonstratives to illustrate her point that is in her reports.
On the one that has a chart, explain what these categories mean to mean on the slide. I mean, it says offspring of dual mating, and then there's a red line, horizontal red block that goes across and appears to be a percentage. Then there's MZ, then there's parents, then there's DZ. Are these, what's the relationship between the categories and the percentages at the bottom?
This is the percentage risk of getting schizophrenia, inheriting schizophrenia. So offspring of dual mating would be if your father and your mother both had schizophrenia, then you would have that percentage likelihood of getting schizophrenia.
So that would be like 45% or so.
Right, 45%. So this is not something that shows that, if your father has schizophrenia, you automatically are going to get it. It's just a risk factor, like heart disease or something like that. There's certainly room for argument for counsel to argue about how conclusive this is.
But was that information disclosed? In other words, I see a difference between saying, schizophrenia is a hereditary disorder, and then having a much more detailed slide that breaks down the percentage of the risk based on whether you have offspring of dual mating, whether your parents have it, whether your siblings have it, whether your children have it, your grandchildren, nephews and nieces, uncles and aunts, whether it's your spouse, and then also comparing it to the general population. I mean, I don't know that if Dr. Gurr is a geneticist, but this seems a lot more detailed than simply saying this is something that is hereditary.
And it is, Judge. It's just meant to place in Mr. Holmes' family, so that the jury could place that in there. I don't have a problem with drawing this slide if the court has a problem.
Yeah, that one's coming out.
Your Honor, 27 does not appear to be part of the redefined part. This is curriculum vitae, some other.
It's not.
Consistent with the court's.
I agree, and I think it's one thing, again, to say this is hereditary. It's another thing to say it's hereditary, and here's how it compares to, these other things that are hereditary. I think those two are different things, and if you were intending to have her testify about the latter, then I think that should have been disclosed, and it doesn't sound like it was. It doesn't sound like the study was either.
It was not, Your Honor.
Okay, so then that one's coming out as well.
And so slide 25, just the general genetic liability, there was no objection to. And I was wondering about, there's one that's a little out of context, maybe out of place, domains of cognition. Does the court have that one?
Can you turn it over so I can see it? I don't have that one.
I could withdraw this slide. This is just the different domains in the neuropsychological batteries
Okay.
that have already been testified to by the neuropsychiatrists already, so.
Great. I only have a handful more. The next one I have is Manhattan plot. Do you have any objection to that one? What's this slide about, Mr.
Judge,
King?
that's, I would concede that that's true.
Okay.
There's, this is what's, this is a very, a very, very common study in this area called the Manhattan plot, which plots out the chromosomes of people who are known to have schizophrenia.
Okay.
And it's just meant to show that that particular chromosomes are consistent over time. So it's an illustration of the same point, that it's inheritable via the genes, and these are the genes that are associated. That's what it shows. So.
Right. It's out by agreement. The next one is neurodevelopmental context. Mr. Brockler?
What I don't know of is any revealed opinion or evidence that there was an early environmental insult related to this first bullet point. It doesn't appear in Dr. Gurr's opinion or the basis for her diagnosis of the defendant as having schizophrenia. That's new.
Mr. King, I think this one, I think the comment by Mr. Brockler goes to the first bullet point on here that reads, initial vulnerability to the development of schizophrenia is the result of some combination of genetic vulnerability and an early environmental insult.
Right.
So the objection is specifically to the early environmental insult.
Well, there was an early environmental insult in this case. The record is clear through the medical records that Mr. Holmes, when he was born, his mother had gestational diabetes. He also was lodged in the pelvis during the birth process, causing him to have a flattened head, and had to be born by C-section as a result. Dr. Gurr would testify that that may have some minimal impact, but she doesn't feel that that had a tremendous impact in this case. And this is just to show basically that the fact that you have this in your gene pool doesn't mean that you are inevitably going to get schizophrenia. This is an attempt to be fair and to show the jury that this isn't conclusive, and that these are just factors that contribute to the development of schizophrenia.
Mr. Brockler.
Judge, there is absolutely no reference in any report, whether it was generated back in June of 2013 or a couple months ago by Dr. Gurr, that makes reference to gestational diabetes, some flat head thing. We've had no discussion of any of this, and now we're going to bring it in as a discussion topic to quote, and I'm using the air quotes, to be fair. Judge, this is not appropriate to this case. It's irrelevant, and this is a brand new basis for an opinion.
Mr. King, is it true that this was not disclosed?
Your Honor, and maybe I didn't say it right, but what I was going to say is that what Dr. Gurr's opinion is that this was not in her opinion, a cause of the schizophrenia in this case. So that's out there in the record. I'm trying to deal with that and what her opinion about that, what that was. It's not contained in her opinions because it didn't form a basis for her opinions. Quite the contrary, and I'm trying to just point that out in fairness that although he suffered from some early environmental insult, it's not her opinion that helped contribute to the schizophrenia.
But just because it may be in the records doesn't mean that it's admissible. I don't see what the relevance is. So, and I think it has the potential to confuse the jury and to mislead the jury. I mean, it sounds like you're trying to walk a very fine line and saying, hey, this is a possibility. Although she's going to say that she's not opining that is what happened here, but putting it out there as a possibility. And so I don't think it's appropriate as an expert opinion, even if she's just going to say no, she doesn't think that's what happened here. But furthermore, this was not disclosed, so it's not appropriate. So that one should be excluded.
Okay, aside from the slide, Your Honor, that is information that she reviewed. And so I am going to discuss with her the fact that she reviewed those records, and I am going to ask her, did that, for your opinion, he has schizophrenia? And her opinion is going to be no. They're reviewed in the record that didn't form the basis for opinions on schizophrenia, things, and that's something that's in the records that she did review and did consider, but eliminated.
Well, I don't know if there will be an objection to that question, Mr. Brock. I'll tell you that I'll sustain that objection if there is an objection. I mean, you can't just ask a question because something's in the record and just say, oh, but that didn't form an opinion. Now you put it out in front of the jury. I don't see why this is relevant. It's not, if it's not the basis of one of her, not relevant. I mean, she can say, I reviewed all the records. I went back and reviewed everything that was provided to me, all the medical records. She doesn't have to get into how, at the time he was born, this happened, and as a result, there had to be a C-section, and as a result, he there were some consequences to him. I mean, that's irrelevant. So the slide is excluded. The next one is a general prediction model. Is there any objection to this one, Mr. Brockler?
Would the court forgive me, since we're on that line of discussion right now, if the court looks at not general prediction and not the next neural developmental model, which I have something to say about, but that last slide,
Okay.
that is the same thing that was talked about in the slide that the court just excluded, which is this environmental insult, this intrauterine environment stuff. None of that has been disclosed as the basis for any opinion, and it should be excluded as well.
All right, Mr. King, anything from you on this?
On this last slide?
Right.
Judge, this is the way that these are the factors that influence the development of psychosis in individuals generally.
Okay.
So that's what this is intended to show. And Judge, on the point of, things that she considered that didn't form her opinion, this court allowed the jury to see 20 some odd hours of videotape from Dr. Reed, and that's most of which didn't form the basis for his opinion. So I would note that. But this is just a generalized diagram of the different factors that go into the neurodevelopment of individuals with schizophrenia in general.
All right, that's a comparison of apples to oranges. I mean, allowing the jury to see Dr. Reed's evaluation almost in its entirety is completely different than allowing an expert to go into some records and not only going to, in general, say, I looked at records going back 21 years, but to get into the contents of some specific records that by her own admission have no relevance to her opinion, just to get the information out there in front of the jury. I think that's improper. It's not the same thing. And by the way, there were some things in Dr. Reed's examination that I excluded at the request of the defense because I agreed with the defense that that information was not appropriate, at least not at the guilt phase of the trial. So this last slide, for the same reasons I stated earlier, is excluded. It goes into this idea of environment during young adulthood, adolescence, intrauterine environment, those kinds of things. And perhaps the young adulthood and adolescence may have some relevance, but in terms of the prenatal stress and the early environment and the intrauterine environment, those things by Dr. Gurr's own admission are not relevant to her opinion and do not have any significance for any of her opinions, and I think it's improper to get that in front of the jury. So that slide should be excluded. All right, that's all of the slides, I believe.
And Your Honor, I just skipped over 30 and 31 because we were on the topic of that intrauterine environmental insult thing, but if I could revisit 30 and 31 just to...
Okay.
30, Your Honor, I don't see how it's relevant. It's not information that was previously disclosed. I don't know that it's part of anything that was disclosed in the CV. And there's been no discussion in her reports of any multimodal maturation index. And then, Judge, looking at, again, just to speed things up, on 31, I don't see that this has been disclosed to us either. It appears to be some article from Nature magazine from November of 2010, and it doesn't look like that's been disclosed to us either. I don't know if that's part of the CV. We looked, we couldn't find it.
All right, Mr. King, do you want to address these last two slides? It's the last two in terms of our discussion, but for purposes of the slides, it's the penultimate slide and the one that immediately precedes it.
Because I have no objection to withdrawing 30.
Okay, that one's out.
But the last slide, I think, is important in that it shows changes in the brain happen during normal development and are different when exhibit to illustrate.
At the bottom of this, it says that this slide or the information comes from INSEL, INSEL, and I may be mispronouncing it. And then it says 11 November 2010, and then it says Nature. Apparently Nature magazine is what I think Mr. Brucker said. Was that disclosed?
The specific nature magazine page, no, Judge, but the matter contained in here is yes, is discussed throughout her opinion. Testimony for the jury and for them to understand how these things work.
Right, but these graphs come from this particular source, and I think opposing counsel is entitled to challenge the source of the information, if you will. And that's why I always require the parties to produce not only the opinions that you anticipate, but also the bases of those opinions. And so if she wants to testify that these graphs accurately reflect the gray matter volume changes and the differences between someone with a normal brain and someone with schizophrenia, then that should have been disclosed. That's one of the bases of what she wants to talk about, and specifically the comparison and how different they look. That's something that should have been disclosed, so they could then look into it and be ready to challenge it or perhaps question her about it on cross-examination. So it doesn't sound like it was disclosed unless you found it.
No, this is the primary focus of her research. It's all through her CV. It's all that her opinions are all about. This is just a picture from Nature magazine to help her to describe how that works. So this is not the basis for her opinion, Judge. Bases for her opinion are her lifelong research that she. This is just something that she. The bases of her eligible to them. So what say, this based on this, I concluded Mr. Holmes has schizophrenia, or this is the basis for my opinion. Quite the we were just going to show it to the jury and say, explain how this illustrates what your opinions are about how volume loss occurs in people with schizophrenia.
Right, but it's not, in that sense, it isn't just illustrating her opinions. I don't know, but this is from a different source. This is not from her own study. This is from a different source. And, if that source had taken her study and had said, okay, based on her study and her research, then here's what it would look like on two graphs. And here's the comparison that would apply. That's not what you're saying, right? You're saying this is an outside source that came up with these graphs on their own in terms of the differences between a brain that is normal in normal development and a brain of somebody who has schizophrenia. So that seems to me that that's more substantive than what you made it seem to be or what you made it sound like. And if I'm misunderstanding, then let me know. But it would make a difference to me if this outside source was looking at her research or perhaps a study that she conducted, and if they would simply be illustrating her conclusions. That would be one thing. And I would say, well, They're just illustrating what she researched and what she concluded. This is different. This is an outside source that apparently came up with their own conclusions about what the differences are in terms of two graphs between a brain that is a normal brain, normal development brain, and a brain of someone who has schizophrenia. So, these are not just, these appear to at least for an untrained eye like mine and like the jurors, untrained eye, it appears to be more scientific than that, and it appears to be more specific in terms of the measurements than that. And so I think it's a slide that, number one, violated my rule on discovery of expert testimony, and number two, could mislead or confuse the jury. So that one should come out as well. All right, that takes care of all the slides. And you can mark them all as a court trial exhibit at some point. All right, are the parties ready for the jury? What I was gonna do is just bring them in, have them watch the videotape, D-TR-95, then take our lunch break for 1 hour at that point. Is that all right with you?
Given the delay, Your Honor, because of the arguments, et cetera, I think we would prefer to publish the video after Dr. Gurr's testimony so that we can get started with her and get her testimony going.
All right, well then do you have a preference between whether we take a lunch now or if we start with her, it'll be for about 25 minutes and then we'll take our lunch break at that point.
I think it makes sense to just take the lunch break now unless the court feels strongly.
That's fine, we can take a lunch break. Let's bring them in and let me talk to them, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. I'm not going to give you a lunch today. No, I am. Go ahead and take our lunch break now, but I wanted to bring you in, let you know that I want to thank you for your patience. There were some to talk about outside your presence. We're done talking about them. And so, and again, from time to time, there are administrative, scheduling, and legal things we have to talk about without you being present. And it's just part of the process. But I very much appreciate how patient and understanding all of you folks are. I think what makes the most sense, rather than start with the next witness for a little bit and then take our lunch break, is to just go ahead and take our lunch break now. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a lunch break. If it's okay with you, I like to take an hour instead of an hour and a half. I'm still looking to have the case to you for deliberations early part of next week. That's my goal. And so I wanna keep us on track to meet that goal if we can. So let's take an hour to make up a little bit of the time that we've lost today. And then let's have you back at 20 till 2, all right? Please make sure that you abide by all my admonishments during the break. They all apply, and all of them, as you know, are extremely important, all right? Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here in 1 hour. The record should reflect the jury has exited the room. Please be seated, everyone. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break for 1 hour, and then let's plan on starting with Dr. Gurr at 20 till 2. Is that all right with everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr.
Yes,
King?
sir.
Okay, great. I'll see you back in an hour. Thank you. The court will be in recess. be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Would counsel please approach? All right, everyone, there is an issue that came up during the lunch break that I need to discuss with a particular juror. It's an issue of a sensitive and private nature. And so what I'm gonna do is clear the courtroom, bring the juror in so that I can question her about it. And I will ask if the juror is comfortable discussing it in open court. If she is, then, I'll have everyone come back in the courtroom. But given the nature of the inquiry, this is the only way that I can think of how to proceed. So, based on that, I'm gonna ask everyone in the courtroom, who's not, an attorney on the case or a party in the case, to please exit the courtroom. Right. Okay. Okay, the record should reflect that the public and the media are back in the courtroom. Is the camera ready? It's back on, okay. All right, and the record should reflect that juror number 535 is still present in the courtroom. If at any point you want me to clear the courtroom, would you please just let me know that?
Yes.
That's not a problem, okay? And I very much appreciate your patience with me. As a follow-up question, you indicated that you have issues with your back, and today is worse than perhaps other days. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And does that sometimes make you unstable on your feet?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I have a hardware in my back and I've got a spinal implant.
Okay.
Yeah, it hurts today.
Okay. And you're becoming emotional, and I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that you're okay and that the pain is not so severe that it is distracting.
I've lived with this for a long time.
Okay. All right. And so are you able to proceed then today?
Yes.
Okay. The pain is present, but it's not something that's going to interfere in any way with your ability to concentrate on the proceedings and to pay attention fully to the proceedings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. In terms of the sheriff that I mentioned a moment ago, who had made the particular observation earlier this morning, I just want to make sure that just because he is a deputy with the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, and we've had some witnesses testify in this trial from the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, that you're not somehow going to hold it against those witnesses in any way.
No, and I can understand because, well, you see when I walk down here, I have to hold onto the wall.
Right.
It is what it is.
Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. I had to follow up with you, that's all. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. We just wanted to make sure that there was nothing else going on and that you're able to proceed. And you're saying there's nothing else going on and you're able to proceed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the discussion we've had here today, that's not going to affect your assessment of the credibility of any of the witnesses, including witnesses from the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department.
No, there's not a problem.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that I need to know about? Is there anything else that affects your ability to think or to concentrate or to pay attention at all on the proceedings?
No.
Okay.
No.
And you're not under the influence of any medication or substance that affects your ability to concentrate and your ability to pay attention?
No, I don't take any of the serious pain medication unless I'm at home. I don't do that here.
Oh, okay. So while you're here, you're not taking any of
No,
the
I've got medication, but it's not a narcotic or anything like that.
nothing that makes you tired or sleepy?
No.
Okay. And that's true for today as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to talk to us about?
No.
Okay. I hope you understand that once the information was provided to me, I had to follow up, and you should not.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand, and I'm sure walking down the hall, it's obvious that having difficulties. So.
Please don't infer from this that
I won't.
I thought that you had done anything wrong or that there was an issue here. I just needed to follow up with you just to make sure that what I believed was true. Okay.
I understand. I do.
All right. All right.
It's
Thank
okay.
you very much. I'm going to have you wait outside for just a moment, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. The record should reflect that juror number 535 has now exited the courtroom. Are there any additional questions that the people would like me to ask, or any action that people would like me to take at this time?
None, Your Honor.
Any questions that the defense, any additional questions the defense would like me to ask, or any action the defense would like me to take? Okay. All right, I'm comfortable then that she is not, she's not having any issues today that are affecting her ability to think, her ability to pay attention, her ability to concentrate. I think she indicated that she has some back issues. We've generally been aware of that, and so we'll just proceed. Let's have her back in, please. The record should reflect that juror number 535 is back in the courtroom. I just wanted to thank you for your patience and then tell you that if at any point you need a break or you're in pain and you need to stand or stretch, just let us know that you need to take
I
a break,
will.
and I would be happy to take a break, all right?
I understand, and
Okay.
I will.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. The record should reflect that juror number 535 has exited the courtroom again. Are the parties ready for the jury now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you had a good lunch. That was a much longer lunch than I had anticipated, but hopefully you were able to enjoy the little time you had. Would the defense please call its next witness?
Dr. Raquel Gurr.
Afternoon, doctor. Afternoon. If I can have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Raquel, Raquel, middle initial E, last name Gur, Gur.
All right, Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, I just want to ask you a few questions here about your vocation, and then we can go into some more detailed areas. You are a doctor of what?
I'm a doctor of medicine with specialty in psychiatry and neurology.
Okay. And what was
I
the
also
second?
have a PhD in psychology.
Okay. And you said that you were a medical doctor, and if you could, pull that microphone up close to you there, and please try to talk as slowly as you can. You have a little bit of an accent here, so we want to make sure that the jury can understand what you said.
I'll do my best.
Okay. You said you were a medical doctor, and what was the rest of that?
That with specialty, with residency in psychiatry and neurology, and a PhD in psychology.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the education that you've gone through in order to achieve that? Where did you go to? Where'd you get your undergraduate degree first?
So I started at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, Israel, where I completed 2 years. In Israel, the undergraduate education is 3 years.
Okay.
I completed 2 years and transferred to Michigan State University, where my husband was pursuing a graduate school in psychology. So we transferred as a professional couple, and I obtained my degree, my Bachelor of Science degree at Michigan State University.
Okay. And then did you follow that up with a PhD, or did you go to medical school after that?
I stayed at Michigan State University, completed a master's in psychology, continued to the PhD in psychology, clinical psychology with a minor in developmental, and then went to Stanford University, did a postdoctoral and clinical fellowship there in psychology, then came to the University of Pennsylvania and pursued a medical school at the University of Pennsylvania, and then residency in neurology and psychiatry.
Okay. What year did you graduate from the medical school at the University of Pennsylvania?
1980.
Okay. And then did you first do your residency in neurology, or did you first do psychiatry?
I started with a residency in neurology, but pursued psychiatry. They gave me permission to do a combined effort because of my interest and demonstrated abilities, I will say, and then followed with psychiatry. It was a total of 6 years.
Okay. And are you licensed as a medical doctor in the areas of psychiatry and neurology?
I'm licensed at the state of Pennsylvania and also for psychology.
How long have you been a practicing psychiatrist and neurologist? How many years?
Since 1984, first as neurology, and then 1986 since in psychiatry. So,
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Dr. Gurr as an expert pursuant to Rule 702 in People v. Schreck in the areas of psychiatry and neurology.
Is there any objection?
What, Your Honor?
Okay.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Doctor, I want to make sure that I know the limits of what your expertise are, and if you've ever testified as an expert before and how that's been, okay?
Judge, objection, may we approach?
Sure. All right, the objection is overruled, but Mr. Brockler, you must proceed as we discussed at the bench.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Again, sorry.
Again.
Just in exploring the limits of your expertise, I want to make sure that I understand. And do you remember the areas that you were just offered as an expert in?
Yes,
Was it psychiatry, psychology, and neurology?
I was asked about my training, which is in psychiatry, neurology, and psychology. My expertise in practice, primary appointment is psychiatry at the University of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. And I want to make sure, too, I've looked at your curriculum vitae, which is a big resume. You'd agree with that, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, it's big. That there is nothing in there about you being forensically trained or an expert in forensic psychiatry, neurology, or psychology. You'd agree with that?
Objection, beyond the scope, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I am not forensically trained and never wish to be.
And ma'am, you have testified that I can tell as an expert witness only 2 times in criminal matters in your career. Is that fair?
Objection, beyond the scope, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor.
So I have testified for competency to be executed in the case of James Billiot in 2008 at the state of Mississippi, and he has not been executed. And I've been retained.
And ma'am, I'm not asking about retained. I'm talking about the times a court has said you are an expert in certain areas.
Okay. And in the case of Dominic Philipposian in 2000, a federal case where the defendant shot, wounded a postal worker.
I understand. Thank you. Those are the only 2 cases in which a court has qualified you as an expert. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
One of them was, actually 2009, was Billiot, and that was about 6 years ago. You'd agree?
Correct.
And that had, that was not qualifying you as an expert to opine on sanity, but rather, as you offered to us, fitness for execution, correct?
Objection, relevance, beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor.
I did evaluate him for sanity as well. It was for competent for execution, but also review of previous court record that related to sanity.
And in that case, you weren't qualified as an expert in neurology or psychology. Do you recall that?
Psychiatry.
Objection, relevance, beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Psychiatry.
Just psychiatry. And then in the case where you actually were qualified by the court as an expert and you were allowed to render an opinion on sanity, that was 15 years ago in the Philipposian case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in that case, you were not qualified as an expert by that federal court in either psychology or, in psychology.
In psychiatry, I was.
It was in psychiatry.
Mm-hmm.
And to be clear, do you know the difference between a federal court and a state court, doctor?
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
and we're in a state court. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, oh, I know.
And no state court in the country has qualified you as an expert to weigh in on the issues of sanity. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
And you don't have any special training or expertise in Colorado law. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
Objection, beyond the scope, irrelevant.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, doctor, what was your answer?
Correct.
This would be, in the course of your long career, only the second time that a court has allowed you to offer an opinion on the issue of sanity, correct?
Correct.
This would also be the very first time that you would have been qualified as an expert in psychology. Is that fair?
Objection, I haven't asked that this expert be qualified in the area of psychology.
Sustained.
Oh,
He moved to qualify her in psychiatry and neurology.
Thank you. And thank you for correcting me, Your Honor, and Mr. King, I apologize. Would this be the first time you would have been qualified as an expert in neurology by a court?
Yeah, but I'm not asking to be, I'm opining on the psychiatric diagnosis and insanity, which is psychiatric.
But so you're not rendering any opinions on neurology, is that fair?
Within the domain of neuropsychiatry, which is my expertise, because I was also trained in neurology, I will say that my background and understanding and qualification on brain function are beyond most psychiatrists.
Okay.
So I feel comfortable talking about brain function, MRI, because I've been trained in doing that. But my primary focus in the evaluation was on the psychiatric status.
And clinically is what we're talking
Clinically, a clinical neuropsychiatric evaluation, that's what I am.
about. Okay, can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I forgot to ask you. You don't possess any board certification, and you look like you knew what I was going to say.
Correct.
What was I going to say?
You do not possess any board certification in psychiatry?
Oh, I wasn't going to ask that, but do you?
No,
Oh, you're not a board certified psychiatrist?
correct.
Are you a board certified neuropsychiatrist?
No,
And you're not a board certified forensic fill in the blank anything?
correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes. All right, without objection and pursuant to Rule 702 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and the decision in People versus Shrek, which is published at 22 Pacific 3rd, 68, Colorado, 2001, the court will qualify Dr. Gurr as an expert witness in the field of clinical psychiatry and in the field of clinical neurology. That means, members of the jury, that Dr. Gurr may not render expert opinions in those fields. I want to give you the instruction that I have been giving you throughout this trial when an expert testifies, and that is that you're not bound by the testimony of a witness who testifies as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The weight that you give the testimony is entirely your decision. All right, Mr. King, you may proceed with your direct examination of Dr. Gurr.
Thank you. Doctor, can we talk, I want to talk a little bit more about the path that you followed in preparing yourself for the work that you now do. And then I want to talk a little bit about the work that you now do and what the aspects of that are, if I may. Why did you choose, if there was a specific reason, to get a PhD in psychology first and then do medical school after that?
I pursued a PhD in psychology, clinical psychology, with interest based on undergraduate studies in severe mental illness. And I was interested in research. There was limited amount of research that was done at the time that was high standards and similar to other fields in medicine. And that's why I pursued a PhD before. And as I said, when you asked me about my background, is that I'm married, I have children, and I've always attempted to integrate professional life with my husband and my children. So after the PhD, I did a fellowship, began at the University of Pennsylvania in the Department of Psychiatry to get more experience with individuals with schizophrenia on an inpatient unit. And at that time, I was taking, which is permitted, at the University of Pennsylvania, when you do a fellowship to advance your education. And I began to take some coursework that was permitted and encouraged. So the coursework was in medical school and with medical students. And it was basic anatomy, and it was an opportunity for me to grow and learn more, and some graduate courses in the medical school. And with that, and doing well on it, I almost completed 1 year of medical school over a period of time. And encouragement from faculty in the Department of Psychiatry and Medicine, they've advised me to meet with the dean and say that you have talent, you should pursue medical school. So I met with the dean and went and did all pre-med that I did not complete before, evening courses and 7 a.m. courses, physics, chemistry, so that I can take the entry exams to medical school. And I applied and I was accepted to the University of Pennsylvania Medical School. And the medical school I completed in 3 years because I already had a background. And then I took, during medical school, courses both in neurology and psychiatry, and realized how limited the knowledge is in psychiatry about the brain, which is really the organ of the mind. So I spoke to the people in neurology and psychiatry, and with their approval, did a combined program that will enable me to learn about neurology, seizure disorder, neuropathology, brain cutting, how does the brain work when people have brain damage, and pursued psychiatry on the inpatient, fulfilling all the requirement. So what motivated me to take this lengthy road was to advance the understanding of schizophrenia, a serious mental disorder.
Okay. before, I think you said that you were, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but surprised by the lack of real scientific research in the area of the brain and how it affects psychiatric disorders?
Correct. It was really very limited. The number of journals was very limited. The quality of what was published, generating knowledge, was a handful of people in every study. Many of the results were not replicating. New methods were not being applied as if we were in the 19th century. And it was a marked contrast to what was happening in other fields of medicine, in cancer research, in heart research. And I could see the patients and the families coming in and out, and very limited progress. And what I could teach the residents when I became faculty, or as a resident, the questions was not answered. There was just much more that was available. And neuroscience, the study of the brain, was advancing so rapidly, and we were left behind. So it was the effort to really build the knowledge, and this can be done only through research and clinical research primarily.
Okay.
So,
Prior to, was this about the mid-1970s that you did this fellowship and then went to medical school?
well, I started medical in 1977. When I did the fellowship, was just the year before.
Okay.
Yes, the 70s.
Previous to this in time, was psychiatry kind of less of a scientific endeavor and more of like a philosophical endeavor, kind of, or?
Well, I'm not sure I'd have put in these words, but psychiatry was not respected among other medical disciplines. In fact, I recall that the chair of medicine, after I did the internship, called me in and tried to persuade me, don't go to psychiatry. You'll just be wasting your time. One person will say this and one person will say that. Knowledge was generated, but if you say philosophical, it was not grounded in the brain, as if the brain does not relate to behavior. The answer is yes,
Okay.
it was not.
Thank you. And so before we had the research to understand how the brain works and to ground the behavior in actual brain changes and brain activities, were there concepts, psychoanalytical concepts that were used, like the id and the ego and the superego and other kinds of psychodynamics to try to understand how the mind works?
Absolutely, because the mind, it's a puzzle. It's something that is understand, and that concepts were used and applied in an effort to understand human behavior that is complex.
Okay.
And that's the best we could do at that time.
Okay. And since then, has the research shown that there actually is like an id or a superego or an ego, or I mean, are those actual brain structures?
No. It's a concept in order to try to understand behavior. No. In other words, there's no part of the brain that I can point at and say, this is what the id is, or this is what the superego is. No. And interesting that when you ask is that when I was an undergraduate, this was a big motivation to pursue schizophrenia, is that I was taking a course in abnormal psychology. And part of the course was to go for one semester to a state hospital in Jerusalem, and each one of us was assigned a patient. We didn't choose, but introduced to somebody to be a friend, visit. And the young person I met had schizophrenia. And at that time, in the classroom, we were learning much more about the schizophrenogenic mother, namely a mother with a refrigerator and produces children with schizophrenia. It's all with the mom. Many times we get this blame. But I got to meet the family. And the mother could have been my mother. And it sort of opened my eyes a little bit to say, what else made me going on with these people? It's not the mother. And I began to read more of the literature and decided to pursue schizophrenia.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about, you did your residency in neurology first, I think, 1981 to 84. What did that involve?
It involved 3 years. The first year, because it was an integrated program for me, the first year commonly in neurology is medicine, full year of medicine, emergency room, intensive care, with the medical residents. Because I knew that I was doing neurology out of interest in psychiatry, in serious mental illness, they agreed to have a plan for me that I spent 6 months in medicine with the medical people and 6 months on inpatient psychiatry. So I did additional inpatient psychiatry, working primarily with psychotic people. This was the first year. The others involved inpatient neurology, outpatient neurology, that some of it was general clinic, some of it was epilepsy. There was, in addition to what was mandated, there was always elective, and my electives related more to behavioral aspects of brain damage. So I saw patients with multiple sclerosis, MS, with psychotic features, behavioral problems. I saw individuals with dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and psychotic features. So I increased my expertise in brain disorders where behavioral manifestations are a challenge, and many times neurologists don't know how to deal with it and require psychiatric expertise. So I will join the psychiatry consults to work with them on patients with serious brain disorders, neurological disorders.
Okay. And when you were doing this residency, was that at a specific hospital? Was that at the University of Pennsylvania?
It was at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, that is part of the University of Pennsylvania, and at Graduate Hospital, that at that time is one of the largest epilepsy programs in the country, specifically specializing in temporal lobe epilepsy and intractable seizures. And I published on it. It's reflected in my CV.
Okay.
So I was doing research on individual cases where you can learn from one case a lot.
And is that when you began your research, really, at that point when you were in that residency?
I did it a little bit before. I began before.
Okay.
Whenever I could.
And has that always been your interest in academia and in doing and in being a scientist in this area, essentially?
Correct. And that was just partly my response, that I never considered forensic, because I knew that I'd like to pursue brain behavior research.
Okay. And then from 1984 to 86, was that your residency in psychiatry at the University of Pennsylvania?
Of 2 years complete psychiatry. As I said, I did 6 months of inpatient psychiatry as part of the first year of neurology, worked with consultation liaison whenever there was an opportunity to integrate the two. But this was only psychiatry without neurology at all.
In the previous, you said 1 year that involved psychiatry, were you seeing seriously ill psychotic patients during that period of time?
Only seriously ill psychotic patients.
And what did your residency in psychiatry involve from 84 to 86?
It involved inpatient psychiatry, consultation liaison, and outpatient psychiatry that was broader. It wasn't schizophrenia, but it was mood disorder, anxiety disorder, any cases that individuals who came in seeking for help, postpartum depression, even to broaden the expertise.
Okay. During this period of time when you were doing your fellowship there, before you began and then doing your medical school, and from 1975 to 1987, were you also teaching?
Yes, I was teaching. I was providing teaching resident in psychiatry graduate student, the way things are organized, there are specific lectures for some coursework in graduate school in neuroscience. There are specific lectures, and I will provide lectures that relate to schizophrenia. We try to integrate it within other programs so that others will be exposed to it, and even if they do research, will aspire to work with the clinical team to do research. Yes, I was also teaching undergraduates. I gave a seminar that related to schizophrenia, and I was teaching on sex differences. One of our areas of my area of interest is sex differences. How does the brain of males and females differ? Because mental illness can be differently expressed in males and females. So I was teaching on that.
Are you saying that the brains of males and females work differently?
Of course, didn't you know that?
I am shocked to hear that. Was your position during that period of time the position of assistant professor?
Yes. My primary appointment has always been, and it started in the Department of Psychiatry, where it has been maintained.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What did you do when you finished your residency in psychiatry in 1986?
I became the director of the neuropsychiatry section. The way a department is organized, in most departments in the country, and the Department of Psychiatry at Penn is large. We have 100 faculty, few professors relatively, and few female professors.
Was it that large back then?
No, it was not that large. It was smaller. There were maybe 60 people, but it was already divided into sections. There was no neuropsychiatry section at the time. It was primarily depression, substance use. There were at the Robert Sadov, there was a program in forensic. We had a new chair, and a new chair at the time when I finished the training, they tried to recruit me to other places, and I stayed at Penn with the understanding that I will have an opportunity, because of my background and interest, to develop a program, a section in neuropsychiatry. Some place it's called section, division, and I currently direct this section or division in the department.
Okay. How long have you held that position as director of the neuropsychiatry division of the University of Pennsylvania?
From 1984 till now, so time flies.
Okay. And what do you do there? This just so that you know, this jury's heard some information about the neurology program that Mr. Holmes was part of at the University of Colorado, and that there are research scientists, that there's a primary research scientist in each lab, and then how is your program similar to that, or how does it work?
Well, so our program, as I said, is a part of psychiatry that is a clinical department that is also basic scientist, recognizing PhDs in neuroscience, recognizing the importance of translating basic to clinical knowledge. So in our program that is fairly large, currently in our program, I direct close to 60 people. So there are about 10 faculty members, in addition to myself, 1, 2, I didn't think you'll ask me of it, so I have to count and be accurate. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 MDs in addition to myself. One of them is an MD PhD in neuroscience. And the PhDs, 3 of them are clinically licensed, and one of them is just a research neuroscience.
Okay. What are the areas of research that you've pursued over the years, generally speaking?
Me?
You
schizophrenia. So if you look, so the major area of research has been schizophrenia, that has been federally funded by the National Institute of Health, section National Institute of Mental Health, and most of my research work and publications in referee journals or chapters in the American textbook of psychiatry are on schizophrenia. That's my major area. Notably, when studying schizophrenia, it is important to compare them to healthy people, what we call typically developing, because otherwise, how do you know that it's abnormal? So a big part of the effort in the program is to study healthy people across the lifespan, so they can be compared to people with schizophrenia. In the past few years, with the ARA funding, these were funding to stimulate the economy that close, about 2010, that were provided. Investigators could compete for them. I've expanded the effort of the program to look at neurodevelopmental disorders. So to look at other disorders, to compare young people at risk for schizophrenia or very early in the course of schizophrenia to other disorders. And this has culminated, I don't think it's in my CV because it's just as of July 1, in the creation of a new institute at Penn that I direct that is called Lifespan Brain Disorder and its institute, and it's across Children's Hospital of Philadelphia that is on campus and the University of Pennsylvania to look at serious mental disorders from childhood to young adulthood. So that's recent, but all of it is consistent.
Okay. And is that, you talked about primary investigators, is that the person who's in charge of that lab?
No, so when applying for a grant, there can be a PI, principal investigator, and at times can be a co-PI. Two people can be. These are the people who write the grant, defend it when questions come up, often do, and are responsible for carrying out the research as stipulated in a written application, standard. All applications are standard, how many words you're allowed per section, even what print you can use, and reporting to the government annually and being in charge of it, hiring people, supervising them for ethical conduct of research, integrity of data, maintaining confidentiality, data analysis, etc. So it's an elaborate process. With about 60 people in the program, it's a lot of work.
And so do you have ongoing, all the time essentially, ongoing research and grants pending? Do you have grants currently now pending with ongoing research going on?
Absolutely. I'm funded to capacity. In other words, you cannot be funded more as far as percent effort. So yeah.
And is there a lot of competition for those grants in terms of demonstrating the importance of your research and the quality of your research?
About 15% of grants are currently funded. And I will say it's not because the others are less good. Some are, but they're limited funding. They're just limited funding for medical research across the board. So in recent years, so some of the progress is slower because there's limited funding for research. But it's a tough competition, yes. Almost as tough as being in the courtroom.
Have you continued to teach over the years as
yes.
well?
With the increase in research effort and dedication to it, I've carved out my teaching responsibilities. So more common in an academic setting, junior people, when they are promoted, I've been promoted, I can't be promoted anymore, I have an endowed chair. So in all of the Department of Psychiatry, there might be 3 endowed chairs. And this is a donor is giving money, and the university selects somebody of worthy to give them the money. So I have an endowed chair. And other people, junior people, who need to be promoted, they're promoted on the basis of research, clinical care of patients, and teaching. So they are primarily in charge of teaching, but I do teach the residents on where we are and where we are going. So I give them a 2 to 3 hour seminar. I teach I give lectures in the Department of Genetics. A lot of the research that I do, federal grant, is in collaboration with geneticists on the genetics of schizophrenia. So I teach on that. And I teach neuroscience students to make sure that they think about schizophrenia. So the course directors students, PhD students, and rotate in our laboratory and pursue research on schizophrenia. And that's something that I'm proud of, that they think that schizophrenia is important. As a brain accepted it. It wasn't like that several years ago. I had to fight for it.
So you said you were an assistant professor till 1987. Were you then promoted, I guess it is the word,
Yeah.
to associate professor?
Associate professor with tenure. When promotion occurs, there are several tracks in academic center. Tenure is the highest level. It reflects a commitment of the university to a faculty member. I mean, we are ready for you to stay with us. So as an assistant professor, you're not tenured. You have to demonstrate your abilities, and you are peer reviewed. There's a committee that reviews your progress every 3 years. You subject your CV, your papers, letters of recommendation from outside peers that are not your colleagues, you've never published with them, and are coming from top universities in the country and abroad. And then a committee sits and evaluates it in the department, the School of Medicine, and the Provost Staff Conference. And that's when you're promoted, because it's sort of like, you know, a long term. It's like the way I take marriage.
They're stuck with you then at that point, right?
They're stuck with me, yeah.
And then in 1989, were you promoted from associate professor to full professor?
Yeah, after 2 years, yes. Mm-hmm.
And what's 2002, the Carl and Linda Rickles Professor of Psychiatry? What does that mean?
So I alluded to it before. It's an endowed chair in academic setting when across departments, when a faculty member's contribution to academia, to science, teaching, and clinical care in the medical school is considered to be of the highest caliber, the university will raise money from, it can be grateful patients, it can be colleagues who want to donate money. There's a special Office of Development that does that, and they raised money. I didn't ask for it. They raised money to give me an endowed chair.
Have you also been had a hospital appointments and continue to work in a clinical setting all throughout your career?
Yes, there is at the hospital, like in any other hospital, there's a committee that evaluates the credentials of each faculty member to practice medicine, and this has to be renewed and evaluated so that what I write, report that I write, the person, I do it for faculty member in my program, but the chair of the department does it for program directors. So there's continuous evaluation and of the clinical privileges, and at times, you know, you have to fill out specific forms that relate to substance use and, you know, any breaking of the law, things like that. So
have you continued to see patients clinically since 1974 then?
Correct.
And in what kind of patients?
So I see patients with schizophrenia, and some of the people that I followed for 20 years. So people who started really young, almost like my kids, and I followed them now for a very long period of time and seen them go through the turmoils. So I've known them and the disorder and the families. So I've done that. In addition to that, the way our program works, we have a clinical care program that provides care to people from the community. And we do have, and it's staffed by psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers. It's a small program, and it focuses on early presentation of psychosis. That's the focus of the program currently. Years back, we we saw every person with schizophrenia who will come in. Now, with the department developing an outpatient program for schizophrenia that is staffed by psychiatrists from my program, we could begin to develop a specialty of how to identify early people, early in the course of psychosis. So for this, we have weekly conferences, so that while some of the patients, when a colleague or a member of the faculty in my program would like me to see, I see them in order to provide independent evaluation. If parents want to talk to me, I meet with them. We have support groups for parents on a regular basis, a group to discuss with siblings, so I'm involved in that. In addition to that, people who come to participate in our research, because we do research on people at risk for early in the course or more advanced cases of schizophrenia. Every person who comes undergoes a standard clinical research evaluation and is also seen by psychiatrists briefly, so that we can put the data that is obtained in research with the clinical. The ultimate goal is really to advance the clinical understanding. And also, so this, I participate in that. We have an on-call system, so if somebody comes in, one of us is available to see them, to answer questions, to obtain informed consent. That is a very important part, especially with vulnerable people. So I participate in that, and we have a weekly case conference where every individual is presented with a written report, and we discuss it and agree on the differential diagnosis and how will they enter into the database. So I participate in that too. So I will say that while the number of people who I provide direct care is more limited, I see multiple people a week.
Okay. And you're talking about now as
I
opposed
thought
to
that
earlier on in your
before
career.
I saw many more direct, correct.
You said before that well, first of all, why the focus on early development of schizophrenia? Is that an area of research that's important?
So all of medicine has shifted to early identification and prevention. All of medicine. So in heart disease, cardiac illness, we do not wait for somebody to have a heart attack. We do not. By that time, there's a lot of damage to the heart. And sometimes it's irreversible, even if it doesn't result in death. So what we try to do when somebody comes in, and I give the heart as an illustration, because this is standard of care, and in psychiatry it's relatively new. So there, in cardiac or heart disease, we take a family history, because the likelihood that somebody might have a heart condition, this runs in family. So if you come to a good doctor, a good cardiologist, they will ask you, is anybody else high blood pressure, for example, or is it a heart attack? So we try to identify risk factors in order to change the trajectory. If somebody might develop, might go up, increase the risk, we try to change it a little bit to reduce the risk. So this might be by controlling blood pressure, controlling cholesterol, increasing exercise, weight loss. It's individualized. So this has been part in medicine. It's done for cardiac disease, it's done for diabetes, it's done for cancer. In psychiatry, for schizophrenia, we now realize that when we get them into the inpatient unit, for example, in an acute episode, the train is off the tracks. What we try to do now is to identify through research, because that's the only way to make progress, to identify people early in the course of illness to try to prevent the train, prevent or delay the train getting off the tracks. So that's most of the effort that we do right now.
Okay.
And this is a trend in so it's in psychiatry, maybe to be more focused, because maybe I shifted too much, is that a lot of the research in schizophrenia, the number one priority for the National Institute of Mental Health for funding now is early identification of people who show signs bound to psychosis. So most of the research money is invested, a big part is invested in that, and it's global. So it's trying to reach across the Atlantic to have large numbers so we can learn fast.
Okay. You said that your research is clinical research. Can you explain what that means, clinical, the word clinical in terms of research?
So clinical research is done with humans. It's done with people that have signs or symptoms that are associated with a diagnosis. And so that's clinical research. So we do not, my research is not with mice, although I collaborate with people who do that. But it's on human beings with a clinical condition. That's clinical research. And what is done can be very broad. We look at the symptoms that people present with, the effects of medication, the course of illness. These are clinically relevant and informative questions. But we'll also look at brain function. How does the brain function relate to the symptoms, to the cognitive abilities, into the functioning? How do they do on a day-to-day basis? Being able to function as adolescents, as young adults, move forward.
Have you received a number of, from 1969 through 2014, have you received a number of awards and honorships and in various honorary societies relating to psychiatry?
Yes.
I don't need you to go through them all.
Yes.
Is it like more than a page in your CV?
Yes, I've received multiple awards, some of them from local psychiatric society, because I devote time to meeting with families and, sharing with them the knowledge that we have, and national hospital level and national level.
And are you the president currently of the American College of Neuropsychopharmacology?
Yes, I'm currently the president of this college, to which membership is restricted, and you need to be elected by your peers.
Now, what other professional or scientific societies are you part of, if you can recall off the top of your
I'm
head?
part, and I was ex-president of the Society for Biological Psychiatry.
And what are you looking at, just so that we know? If you want to refresh your recollection.
No, it doesn't.
No,
okay.
And doctor?
Yes.
Can you listen to me for one sec?
Yes.
If you need to look at something up there, that's fine. You just need to tell us what it is that you're looking at. So what were you just looking at?
So I was looking at my CV. That's
Okay,
what I
thank
was
you.
looking. Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
And does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
okay, so I did mention the societies that I've been a member of, and also there are a couple of societies that are there that I'm considering renewing, because I might join other societies, membership in, but they relate to the Society for Neuroscience, for example.
So that has your membership in that lapsed then?
Yes, it lapsed.
Okay. Was that because you didn't pay your dues or something, or considering a different organization instead?
There's a limit to how many meetings. Once you're committed to a society, I become active in the society in selecting new members, organizing meetings, and there's a limited number of how much one can do. So I was thinking of letting it go and now joining developmental societies.
Okay.
Because I look more at adolescents, and there are societies for that.
Because the nature of your research has shifted somewhat.
It's shifted, going younger.
Have you, since 1 through 2013, or held various, or through 2008, various editorial positions on different publications relating to neurology and psychiatry?
Psychiatry. You know, my prime is psychiatry. My primary appointment and professional identity is in psychiatry.
Okay.
So it's major psychiatric journals that I've been on the editorial board or a publication committee for some of them, and a reviewer, yes. American Journal of Psychiatry, Neuropsychopharmacology, Schizophrenia Bulletin, I mean, all of the major journals in psychiatry.
And have you published articles and books and other publications?
Yes, I have about 400 papers, I believe,
Okay.
and the majority of them are on schizophrenia.
And are the majority of them peer-reviewed publications?
All of them are peer-reviewed. So my CV is arranged according to the standards of the University of Pennsylvania. There are rules. And first come peer-reviewed. What it means is when a piece of research is written up according, and it is sent to the journal according to the journal's regulation, and it is sent out for review, at least to 2, many times up to 4, 5 reviewers, expert in the field, that provide written criticism of the study and ask. Sometimes they reject, although it rarely happens to me, and ask for explain more, do analysis, emphasize this, add a few more references to make it a stronger case, and then before it is published.
Now, are those some 500 publications all listed in your?
Yes, they are. It might be that the most recent are not. The CV is in December, I believe, 2014. And yeah, December 2014. So I believe that we are now in July. I'll say there are probably another 20 papers.
I believe we're in July too.
Yes, so there are another 20 papers, probably.
And also listed, is there some of your current research grants, the amounts of the grants, what the
Yes,
studies are studying?
Correct,
and
correct. And there are new grants that have started, and I've not updated it since December, last December. So there are new grants too.
Okay. Judge, if I may approach the witness with what I've marked as DTR 96, please.
Yes.
And I'll show that to counsel. I provided him a copy previously. Ma'am, I'm handing you what I've marked for identification as D-TR-96.
There's my CV, yes.
Do you
Curriculum
recognize
vitae.
that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is my curriculum vitae as of December 2014, just before Christmas.
Judge, I'd move the admission of DTR 96.
Mr. Brockler? Yes. All right, that exhibit is admitted, D-TR-96. Mr. King, this may be a good time to take our afternoon break.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. Folks, let's go ahead and take 20 minutes. Please make sure you comply with all my admonishments during the break, and I'll see you back here after the break, all right? Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time?
People, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you after the break. Thank you.